My name's Casey Peruski, if you break it down. I'm half Irish, half Polish, which makes me a drunken idiot. Perfect for dry bar, exactly. I'm coming from Detroit originally, a Detroit boy. Some Michiganders, people, you also escaped. Excellent. It was close. I don't know if we were gonna make it. No, I'm actually from Florida now. I'm a Florida boy. I was born in Michigan, but I live in Florida now. And so it's a far ride. Thank you. Another one. Excellent. Scattered about. It's a far ride from Florida. I Ubered here to get here to Utah. So 1,700 Ubers. So that was a wonderful thing. Florida, what do we have in Florida? We have the hurricanes in Florida. You guys don't have to deal with that. I moved down to Florida and it was like 4 or 5 hurricanes hit us in a row. I didn't know what to do. So everyone gives you advice in Florida. They say, get to Home Depot. Go to Home Depot. Casey, go to Home Depot. Get your supplies. So I ran to Home Depot. I didn't know what to do after that. So I'm like, I'm just gonna follow this old guy around. I'm gonna get whatever he gets. So I got what he got. I got wood, I got nails, I got water, and a 6-foot pink flamingo. Gotta know how they do it down here. And the weathermen love hurricanes. They love it because they're the stars now. Everyone's watching the Weather Channel. And they ruin it for us because these weathermen don't really know anything anyways. They're like, we got the Doppler 1,400,000. We know exactly where this hurricane's going. So if you're in the West Palm Beach area, get ready in our cone, but also get ready, Provo, Utah area. Somewhere in this cone, we know nothing at all. We're guessing. Thank you. I don't like any hurricanes at all. I don't even like the Miami Hurricanes, the college. No. Well, I went to Florida State University, and I'm a Seminole. And if you go to Florida, the college scene is a big rivalry. And the Hurricanes are the worst because they talk trash 24/7. Even the off-season, they're talking trash. I'm wearing my FSU shirt the other day. Guy comes up to me, he's like, you're a Seminole? It's all about the U, baby. We're gonna kick your butt, and we're gonna do it again, and again, and again. I go, hey, that's great. I went to school for an education, not football. And can you finish pumping my gas? I gotta get out of here. I got a sweet $50 gig at the Comedy Corner in Fort Pierce. Doing pretty good. Now I'll do comedy anywhere. I love comedy. I did a show at a nursing home one time, and that was interesting, yeah. I went with my buddy Mike, and the two of us were doing a show. We got there early, we set up, and they're showing us around, and the director takes us down a hallway and goes, hey, hold on, guys, I gotta talk to one of our members. Mrs. Harrison, go back in your room and put your clothes on. I did not want to see that, not at all. I don't want anything to do with that. So there was an old guy sitting about as far away from you are, sir. It's like me and him. I go, I don't want to see what she's doing. It's me and you. I'm locking in eye contact, me and you. She goes whizzing by. This guy goes, I don't know what I saw, but sure needs ironing. I'm like, I'm gonna use that at Dry Bar Comedy, thank you. You were getting a ghostwriting credit. I've done shows everywhere. I've done about 1,000 in my career, and thank you. And I got paid for some of them, so that's exciting. I've done a lot of church shows in my career, and those are fun. I was raised in a church. I've been to a lot of different churches. And when you go to church, I've learned there's a different language in church. Words mean different things. Like you can hear somebody say, good to see you, brother. Translation, I forgot your name. Or you could hear someone say, the Lord has put something on my heart today. Translation, hey, you got a truck, you can help me move. Or you could hear your pastor say something like, hey, brother, are you coming to Bible study after service? And you can say, I'll pray about it. Translation, no. Game starts in an hour, I got pulled pork in the crock pot. Not today, Satan, not today. My parents have a strong faith, that's why I was always in a church. They're really wonderful, generous people. My mom is probably one of the nicest ladies in the entire world. She's just a saint. She remembers everyone's birthday, anniversary, special event. She's always got a card and a gift for them. She's so nice, she has a room in her house full of random gifts in case someone shows up unexpectedly. The other day there's a knock on the door, and she answers it, and she goes, no, I don't want to join the Jehovah's Witness, but here's a bread maker. God bless you. There's your loaves, now just find some fishes. You're halfway there. Recently, my mom had to fly. She would have loved to come out here. She would love this. This is a beautiful room and an awesome crowd, but she hates flying, deathly afraid of flying. She recently went up to Michigan to visit some families and was terrified. She gives me a call before the plane took off, and she goes, Casey, this may be the last time we ever speak. Come on, Mom. Planes are safer than cars, they say. Listen, I may never talk to my precious boy again. Just listen to me. I go, fine, fine. These may be my last words to you. I go, well, what is it, Mom? Your birthday gift is in the front closet. That's the last words? That's what you're saving up for? I go, really? I go, no family secrets, no who's getting the inheritance? Don't worry, your sister's getting everything. So then her flight went fine. Everything worked out well. And while she was gone, I ran to the house and picked up my birthday gift. And you know what it was? You know what the important gift was? A t-shirt. My mom got me a t-shirt. I pull it out of the bag, I unroll it, and it says, my mom died in a horrible plane crash, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. You are too prepared, Mom, too prepared. She recently had a birthday, and I went to her church with her, and then after we had lunch, just the two of us, and it was really nice. And we were sitting there, she goes, you know, I'm thinking about having a glass of wine. And she doesn't really drink much. I go, okay, go for it, Mom, yeah. She's like, I don't know, what if someone from church shows up? I go, you're a grandmother now. Jesus' first miracle turned water into wine. Have a glass of wine. She's like, you're right, you're right. So she orders it, ends up being happy hour, and two of the biggest glasses of wine show up at our table. Just then, 8 people from church walk through the door. She's freaking out. She's trying to make it a centerpiece. She's like, do you have a koi fish? Some baby's breath? How do I get rid of this thing? So her brilliant plan was she downs both of them. Bam, bam. Glasses under the table. She looks at me and goes, Casey? We gotta go. So we settle up the tab, and I'm trying to sneak her out of the place, and we happen to go by the table from church, and everyone's got a beer or wine in front of them. And she looks, and she's like, for shame, everyone, for shame. And then she fell down some stairs. There's a lot of stairs. It was still going. My whole family's funny. My grandma's hilarious. She used to play tricks on me as a kid, like peekaboo, or those aren't your real parents. Or what? My dad, I get my sense of humor from my dad. He's always got a line or a joke for any situation. Very funny man. I inherited his humor. I also inherited his hairline, so thanks a lot for that. I have no hair up top and I have hair down low, so dyslexic people seem to like it. So that's got something going. You dating a dyslexic person, that might help out. Profile, WebMD or something, I don't know where you go for that. And I love and respect my dad. He's a great guy, but he didn't come to grips with hair like I did. I always kept it short, and I shaved it off when it was not much growing there anyways. He grew up, he was a musician, he had a big afro, big time, they called him Pretty Boy, with the hair, so his hair was part of his identity. So he held on, he's still holding on, he's got the comb over thing going on, you know what I'm talking about? And it's like the 3-strand comb over, it's like one of these, like, he's like the worst illusionist in the world, like, nobody knows, they're all fools. I love and respect my father, like I said. It's just hard to do on a windy day. Like, listen, son. When a man makes a commitment, he doesn't waver, he follows through. Hey, my eyes are here. Here, that's better. Right here. I recently celebrated 14 years married, and I was happy about that. Thank you very much. I wasn't looking for applause, and actually some people dispute it because that it is 14 years because there was 6 months of shipping to get her over here. But I mean, I'm kidding. These are jokes, people. They're jokes. I have Prime. Came right over. You get movies, music, get Prime. Take advantage of the Prime. I got married a lot younger than I thought I would, but I had to play my hairline like the stock market, you know? As my hair was going into the sink, so was the quality of woman in my life sinking as well, I noticed. And luckily, at the time I met my wife, I had a full head of hair. She is beautiful on the inside and out. As a yoga teacher, and I peaked at the market. I overshot. I was very lucky to be with this girl. So I married her, I pulled out of the market. Best move I ever made. My best friend, love of my life. If I would have waited to today, thank you. Could you tell her that I said something nice? And I'm glad I did, and she's a wonderful woman. If I would have waited to today, my current level of woman, I looked it up lately, it's right around here. The index said, veteran Waffle House waitress. That's right there. Flips, Graham covers mother. Give me a kiss, sugar. Now, check it on, please. flip, slam, sizzle, bizzle. I go, what? I just ordered a blueberry muffin. How is that blueberry muffin? Are you more drunk than I am? Are you... The food might be better if I married the Waffle House gal, because I married a vegetarian. By round of applause, is there any vegetarians in the audience with us tonight? Vegetarians? A couple of... Get her! Smoke them out! This is your intervention. We all... I guess I'll read my letter first. When you started eating kumquats, you changed. Good for you. My wife and you would get along very well. She's a vegetarian. See, it wasn't so bad. Do we have any other, by round of applause, vegetarians here? Are you here? You're just too weak to clap? Is that what's happening? Casey! Okay. I only had a cherry tomato today. Does anyone have any nut butter with them? That would... Some ice chips would help. I don't... So is it going black for anyone else? I don't know if that... I'm seeing dragons. I don't know. People ask me when they find out my wife's a vegetarian, they go, Casey, are you a vegetarian? I go, well, I don't know why you say that for two reasons. One, I'm holding a coney dog. And two, if I'm a vegetarian, I'm doing it wrong. Look at me. How many carrots would I have to eat to maintain this mass? There's like bushels of carrots. Keep them coming. I'm not losing this. I bought a farm. Plant every acre. Carrots. I'm keeping these curves. She would love me to be like you and be a vegetarian, join the dark side. And she's always pushing the ideas and pushing the foods. I come home the other night, she's like, hey, tonight for dinner, we're having tofu. I go, no, we're not. She goes, no, listen to me. Tofu's great because it takes on the flavor of whatever you cook it in. I go, okay, all right. Oh, hey, yeah, I get it now. Hey, mine must have been cooked in manure. I don't... And she hates that I eat fast food. And as a comedian, I have a lot of late nights. I live on the Treasure Coast of Florida, and we close shop early, kind of a retirement town. And, like, for example, I called up the local movie theater, and I said, hey, what time's the midnight movie? They said 8:30. So I had a gig, and sometimes it's like 2 in the morning till I get home. And I have, like, two choices in that town. I either have McDonald's or crack at that hour. And I'm not sure which one is the healthy option at this point. I had a gig the other night, I call it up, I'm like, hey, I'm almost home, I'm starving, I'm gonna stop and get a McDonald's. McDonald's! I can't believe you're still going there. The fat content's so high, we don't know where they get their beef, get me a sundae. I don't know how if it works that way, I don't know if that's the right thing to do. But she is amazing, I'm very blessed. She gave me 3 beautiful children, and they're in the car, so I gotta move this along. Babysitters are expensive. So when we had some issues naming our kids, but we did get to name them, so that was good. I first had a daughter, her name's Skylar, she's the oldest. Then I had a son, his name's River, and it used to be Puddle. It's grown eventually Ocean, and when his time on this earth is done, Mist. So he's got some option. And then we had a baby just a year ago, and a little sweet baby girl, and we really liked the name Summer. We thought it was a nice theme going with all the nature kind of names. And then, I swear to you, this is a true story, my wife goes, hey, I like Summer. How about for a middle name, Eve? You want to name our daughter Summer's Eve? It's like, yeah, I think it's really fresh. Yeah, a little too fresh, I think. That kid's gonna have the worst high school career ever. My wife wanted to name our kids these long, extravagant names, like they're gonna be leaders of planets that don't exist yet. Weird spellings and all that stuff. I'm like, simple. I'm Polish, honey. I want to keep this simple. I want to name our kids easy names. My plan, and it's a unique one, name them one-letter names. First kid I want to name, M. M. It's unique. Everyone knows how to spell it for the most part. And if he's dyslexic, W, you got some options. How cool would it be if I named all my kids one-letter names? I'd wake up Saturday morning, elemental P, let's go. Get in the SUV ASAP. Going to BJ's, get some OJ. Then over to ABC Liquor, Daddy still has a problem. Maybe I go to AA, because I got that DUI. It's not to step up my game for my wife. 3 kids is a handful, as you know. And so I'm doing the grocery shopping now, and I'm saving us a bunch of money. I got into that extreme couponing. And anyone in the extreme couponing stuff? No? Okay, you sir, that's kind of crappy tip in section 7. Here's a prayer card from our church. It's really worth more if you think about it. No, but I'm with you. I like saving money. I gotta feed a lot of kids here, and healthy stuff. That stuff's expensive. So here's some things I found you can do. So go to the grocery store. A lot of grocery stores do the BOGO, the buy one, get one, right? So if you have 2 coupons, they'll take the coupon on the first item, and they'll take a coupon on the free item. Boom, free dollar right there. Here's another one. On Tuesdays, if you fill your cart to the top, go out the side door, everything's free. But there's always some runner, some hero trying to come after you, so don't get that bad wheel. Don't get that bad wheel. Then I found out I'm really saving a ton of money is the fact that my wife would buy everything organic. Everything she could, she'd buy organic. Now, I believe in the organic lifestyle, and I still buy organic, but nowadays I mainly just buy organic stickers. Right. And I put it on the non-organic items. Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. I'm checking in. How does those organic bananas taste? Real organic-y, huh? And I'm slipping other stuff in. Organic fudge, organic Oreos. I'm like, kids, come smoke your organic cigars. They're good for you. They're good for you. Take advantage of those. Go ahead. And it's good and bad for my kids. They get these healthy foods, but they're going to be the weird kids at school. You remember in the cafeteria, the weird kids? The weird foods made the kids weird. That's my kids now. My daughter's not going to be able to trade for anything. How's that going to go? It's like, hey, I'll trade you for those M&Ms. Okay, what do you have? I have goji berries. What are those? I don't know either, but I don't have arthritis. Plan your future accordingly. Don't delay your dreams. Don't delay your dreams. And again, my wife means well. She wants us healthy, but she takes the fun out of it. A couple years back, the big game all the kids wanted, pie face game. Remember that game? It's like a Russian roulette with whipped cream and a plastic can. Someone's gonna get a whipped cream to the face. Tons of fun. They loved it. I bought a can of whipped cream we don't normally have, and we're about to play. My wife goes, let me see it. What is this? Look at these ingredients. Partially hydrogenated oil. No, we're not. I go, oh, come on, we're just having some fun. She goes, no, what I will do is I will make you homemade whipped cream. Well, okay, that's cool. That sounds good. She comes back. She goes, I found a recipe for cashew cream. I go, okay, great. If you don't know, here's how you make cashew cream. First, buy $80 worth of cashews. Fun. That's fun. Then soak them for 36 hours. More fun. You puree them, you add a little cinnamon, I think a few essential oils that she has on hand. Let that sit for another 24 hours, and when it comes out, you've got cashew cream, which is basically a heavy oatmeal-like substance. We put it in the game, and the game's about to break. This plastic hand cannot handle the cashew cream. We try playing it. My son's got a concussion, my daughter's lost teeth, but they don't have any partially hydrogenated oil, do they? Oh, the whole thing came 360. I now use it to punish my kids. I go, clean your room up or you're getting cashew cream. Yeah, no, okay, we'll clean it up. Just no cashew cream. No cashew cream. Hashtag cashew cream. Hashtag cashew cream. I know, I'm dogging on her, but I love my wife. I'm very lucky, like I said, I'm married. She looks like she's about to run a marathon at any moment. She's a college runner. I look like I just got out of a pie eating contest. That I won. But she introduced me to a lot of things, and before I get out of here, I'll just share this with you. She introduced me to the bedroom book, the Kama Sutra, and it's got all the different animal things in there. And I come home, she's like, honey, tonight I'm gonna be the floating midnight tiger. I go, let me see that, let me see this. Oh yeah, all right. I can't do that. That's illegal in Provo. Don't ask me how I know or where the police report is. Okay, here we go. The animal I will transform into this evening is heavy-set turtle stuck on its back. You guys have been amazing! God bless you, God bless you! Thank you for supporting my life!
allergic to cats. Everyone here has got a tip for you. It's not the cat hair that we are allergic to, it's the saliva. So if you take a cat and wash it every day, twice a day, it will leave. I was in denial a little bit at the beginning of the pandemic, you know? And then I saw the Italians were playing soccer with no crowds. And I was like, oh no, something really terrible is happening. But then I thought, well, we're ahead of the curve on that. Here in America, we've been playing soccer with no crowds for years. I've never seen a soccer crowd. That year we had to cancel the spelling bee. You'd think if there was one activity that could make a smooth transition to the Zoom universe, it would be spelling. No, we can't trust 8th grade nerds and their parents not to cheat. We gotta shut down the whole thing. I read an article, I was fascinated. Navneet Morali and his friend Hepzibah Shoujo. These are the kids who win the spelling bees. The Bob Smiths of the world are screwed. I think if you grow up named Bob, you're just not interested in spelling. But when your name's Navneet, you're like, I want to look into it. I want to see how it works. When they canceled the spelling bee, Navneet said he was devastated. He said, spelling's been my life for 3 years. And I thought, chin up, Navneet. Next year, girls. Or boys, whatever you like. It's gonna scramble your brain forever. Buckle up, kid. I read on in the article, I didn't know this. They ran out of words. What is the right response? I've never run a spelling bee before, but I would think pretty high on the list of preparatory activities be to gather yourself up, big frickin' pile of words. What do you mean you ran out of words? Grab a dictionary, improv a little, you lazy badger. Have these kids spell each other's names and winnow it down. That's me saying that. Navneet, your name's weird. Signed, Kostaki. Also, during the pandemic, I shaved the poodle. I know. I wish that was a euphemism. Sounds like it. That was last night. It was good. Shaved the poodle. Twice. No. 7-pound poodle named Gucci. My wife's dog before me. My stepdog. I'd see it in his eyes sometimes. Come on, buddy. I know it's late. We gotta go on one more walk. He would just look at me like, you're not my real dad. Oh, Gooch, man. He was old in the pandemic. He was losing his vision. He was 15 years old, and we went to Mom's for a little stretch. We would let him out into the yard to pee, and he couldn't find his way back to the door. I know. So we got one of those retractable leashes. And then that week, for the first time in almost 40 years, my mom has lived in this house. A picture showed up in the neighborhood of a coyote in her yard. And everyone in the house is freaking out. Make sure Gucci's on the leash. I didn't say it, but I was thinking, all right, fine, Belle. I don't know how it's going to help Gucci. It will make it a lot easier for us to retrieve the body. Where's Gooch? Oh, there he is. That doesn't help my old boy Gooch. He's the perfect coyote bait. 7-pound poodle, can't see. He's wearing a sweater. He's got a little shake to him. His breath smells like toddler crumbs. I saw the picture. It's like the world's skinniest German Shepherd, a coyote. It's like, didn't look scary to me. I was like, I could take a coyote. I'm gonna run out there, kick him in the throat, save Gooch. I had this whole plan in my head. I walked it through. I was prepared. I don't know if it's dumb or not, but I'm not. Don't get me wrong. If it's a bear, I just close the door, and that's the end of the story. Well, you had a good run, Gooch. Then you go get yourself a knockoff Gucci. It's almost as good. And then I had this thought, being eaten by a coyote, that's a pretty romantic ending to the story for an old dog, right? Do you want to die on a sterile metal table at the vet's office? Or do you want to be a part of the food chain? I had the same thought about my Aunt Kiki. 87 years old, assisted living home, no visitors for a year. Christ, put her on a leash, let's troll for bears. Give her a picnic basket. Bears love an old Greek lady, they taste like baklava. Sure enough, one night I'm standing in a darkened doorway and I'm releasing Gucci into the yard, and I realize at this point, I'm basically just trolling for coyotes. I don't know anything about coyotes, but there's probably an art to it, you know? You feel a nibble, that's when you set the hook. Then you let them run for a while and tire themselves out, that's when you reel them in. That's probably how it works, right? I think Gooch is my last dog. I love him, but so much work. At the end, he had to pee every 14 minutes. Take him to the vet all the time. Cut his pills into fourths and hide him in a cheese. Right? Wandering around, picking up his poop. What happened to us as a culture? When I was a boy, nobody picked up dog poop. Didn't even occur to us. We didn't pick up dog poop when we were playing football in the yard with the dog poop. It was just a hilarious landmine. Twice a game, someone was tackled into the poop, and it was a metaphor for life, and you were fine. In the 80s, if you followed a 7-pound dog around with a plastic bag picking up his poop, they would put you in a loony bin. I did it almost every day for 10 years. It's crazy. One night, my wife came into the kitchen. She goes, "It smells like poop in here." And I go, "Yeah, it's probably the poop." We gather it from the yard and put it in the garbage can you're standing next to. It's also where the diapers go. We really should reconstruct our terrible lives. Happy wife, happy life. Right? I like the idea. Put a little extra into making your wife happy, it'll come back to you, cool. But can I get a flowchart to happy wife? Happy wife is one of life's most elusive goals. This made you happy yesterday, not today. It's probably my fault. Happy wife is like a leprechaun riding a unicorn across a rainbow. It's hard to get your hands on it. It's more of an idea that you work towards. Happy wife is like Bigfoot. There's no proof it even exists. But we like the idea of it so much that we keep searching for it. And once in a while, someone will show you a picture of a happy wife, but if you look close, it's just a dude in a happy wife costume. Got 2 kids. They're awesome. A lot of work, though. A friend of mine calls me and goes, "Hey, would you give up your life for your kids?" I'm like, "Yeah, I did." The life I have now is unrecognizable to the young man I once was. Pretty sure I could check that box. That's what irks me once in a while. I hear somebody say, "I can't imagine my life without my kids." That is not true. If there's a child, the only part of my life where I will sometimes watch the clock. Because you spend all day with a 4-year-old, eventually you're like, "When is this over?" "Honey, it's time for bed." "But Daddy, we haven't had dinner yet." "Yeah, we're gonna try something new. We're gonna have dinner for breakfast." Nighty night. "Dad, it's not dark out." "It's dark inside your eyes. Close them." Bye-bye. "Dad, I'm hungry." "I'm hungry too, for me time." Nighty night. "I'm hungry for a bourbon barrel-aged stout." "I'm gonna drink the 2 strongest beers in the house and second guess the decisions that led to your life." Too much? You guys are like, "Oh." These are jokes, everybody. It's a comedy show. If you've never been swimming with a 4-year-old, though, do it. It's one of life's great pleasures, man. It's just joy, joy, joy. She's just, while she's swimming, she's only thinking about swimming, and she's saying, "I'm swimming." It's like an exercise in Zen. It's awesome. You don't have to know a 4-year-old. Just grab one, get in the pool. So we're already in the pool. A new family comes to the pool. Little boy, about 7. He's a little chubby. He's wearing a swim shirt. He's got a whole life vest on. He's got the goggles already in place on his eyes. He walks to the edge of the pool, and he says, very confidently to no one, "It's showtime." He squeezes his nose and jumps in the water. I couldn't stop watching that kid. I want to be him when I grow up. I want to have that much swagger about nothing. It's a good way to live, kid. So I got 2 kids, 4 and 14. That's a big gap, right? I did one of these morning magazine shows, and the woman said, "What changed in the decade between your babies?" I never even thought of the world this way, but so things have changed a lot. Strollers are completely different than they were a decade ago. Car seats, the clasp, the whole thing, they're totally different. The bibs now have a swoop. That's nice. You get a second shot, like, oh. It's so obvious. I don't know why it took us hundreds of thousands of years to develop the bib swoop. But now we got it. We got the technology. That to me is the bib version of wheels on suitcases. Have you thought about this? That didn't show up until our lifetime. How is that possible? Humans have been traveling around for thousands of years, a lot of the time on things with wheels. Big cart pulled by an ox, covered wagons, trains, buses. All those cases we get off of the motor transport. We look at our stuff and go, "Yeah, I guess we'll drag it." If only we could think of a tool to use. Like the first tool. Guy's standing in front of a 6-foot wagon wheel and can't put it together. The biggest difference between with my kids is allergies. Current thinking on allergies expose kids to things sooner, more often, so they're less likely to become allergic in the first place. Right? 10 years ago, we were freaked out. We were keeping kids away from stuff. Totally true story. Decade or so plus ago, I had a toddler. We didn't know she was allergic to peanuts. She started going to birthday parties. Her mother was freaking out. It was a problem. Until one day, just the two of us. I parked so that I could read emergency room out the windshield. And we shared a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in the car. And I watched her very closely. An hour later, I called Mom. We're good. It worked. It totally solved the problem. We never had to worry about it again. It worked so well, we went back later with a shrimp cocktail and a jar of bees. All right, honey, don't open the bees till I get out of the car. I am not allergic to bees. This is for your safety. Hand me those shrimp. I'm going to finish those on the hood and I'll watch you. Keep an eye on you. It is funny to me in retrospect that we didn't go in the waiting room. There is a waiting room. I just assumed it wasn't official business and they would kick us out. So you can't wait here. I'm doing a very important scientific experiment. I don't think we're going to need your help, but I wanted to be nearby just in case. I tried to fill out the paperwork in case this goes south, but there's a section on there for allergies. I don't know what to put yet. Maybe you can help me out instead of giving me a hard time. You got any cats back there? Gluten? I like the idea of exposing kids to things sooner, more often, right? We should send this new kid off on a field trip with Keith Richards or something, right? It's gonna save her someday from COVID-37. I'm allergic to cats. Someone here has got a tip for you. It's not the cat hair that we are allergic to, it's the saliva. So if you take a cat and wash it every day, twice a day, it will leave. Running back Adrian Peterson, allergic to shellfish, didn't know it, ate 2 bowls of gumbo at training camp, went anaphylactic shock, almost died. Now, I know this is dumb, but that makes me feel better about me. Because Adrian can do some things I could never do. But you know what I can do, Adrian? I can eat popcorn shrimp and live to tell the tale because I'm tough as nails. Lobster bisque, no problem for me. All right, these are the big 8 food allergies. Let's see if I can get them all. Wheat, soy, dairy, eggs, peanuts, tree nuts, fish, and shellfish. And if you mix all 8 of those together, you get a peanut fish cake. Yeah, which I believe is number 17 at the Thai restaurant. I like Thai food, but take it easy with the peanuts. They put them in everything. If your kid's allergic to peanuts, do not go to Thailand. He will never make it out alive. I think if your kid has a peanut allergy, you probably shouldn't even hang out with a Thai child. A Thai kid's breath has got to be 9% peanut dust. There's more to that, but I think that's enough. My spidey senses tell me to move on to football. You guys football fans? Yeah? Who's the NFL team here? You guys are kind of between a few markets, right? You don't even know? Who do you root for? How's that question? Cardinals, Raiders, all right. Packers, all right. All right, we got quite a mix here. All right. Let's see if we can make fun of you all quickly. Raiders, man, you need a hug? You okay? One more eye patch, those games are watchable. That's a good joke. Raiders moved to Vegas at their current yardage rate. That might have taken 50 years. Can't believe they got there. All right. What else did we say? Somebody said Panthers? You never hear that. Are you from there?
North Carolina,
Yeah, you wouldn't pick Panthers. You gotta be born into that. Panthers are on track to have more O's than Economopolis this year. I have one friend here, I happen to know she's a Cowboys fan, so we gotta do a couple Cowboys jokes for her. 1 star, not just a logo, also a rating. The Cowboys to me are they're like the vegan muffin of the NFL, right? They take great ingredients and mix them together, and somehow it's terrible at the end. Didn't we put blueberries and sugar in there? What happened? Forgot to add delicious. I'm a lifelong Falcons fan. That's been tough. Our defense is like a Walmart. You're welcome. Come on in. Make yourself at home. Packers, you okay? Were you rooting against Aaron Rodgers? Yes, maybe, sometimes. Yeah, I know. I get it. Yeah, all right. Losing Aaron Rodgers is the worst thing to happen to Wisconsin since the Avery family moved there. Too obscure? Okay. Making a murderer? No one? All right, cut that. Final. I love all of it. I love that there's an openly gay NFL player, right? A professional athlete stood there and told the world he's gay. Totally different from when I was in high school and the football players would just tell me that I'm gay. Things have changed. All right. Let me tell you about the time that Jerry Seinfeld opened for me, kind of. I was working at a club called Stand Up New York, right? It's a tiny little place. There are about 18 people in there on a Wednesday or whatever. And there's a holding bar that's separate from the showroom. It's a little hallway you can buy drinks and hang out. And during the show, it's empty, right? Because the showroom's full. And I'm pacing around in the holding bar, thinking about my show. And Jerry Seinfeld walked in. We're standing in this little hallway together. And I go, hey, Jerry, you gonna tell some jokes for us? And he goes, I think I am. And we talked for a few minutes. He's exactly what you want him to be, like generous and smart. And then I got out of his way, gave him some space. Jerry and I have the same job. It was kind of cool to share that with him for a second in time, you know? We do it on completely different planes of existence. Jerry came in to work on jokes he was going to do at the Academy Awards, and I came in to work on some jokes I was going to do at a filthy bar in Indiana. And the MC goes up and goes, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the magical things about New York City. You never know this is going to happen. Put your hands together. A big NYC welcome for Jerry Seinfeld. And nobody clapped because they didn't think it was true. And he's just like this, like, And then Jerry turned the corner and walked up onto the stage, and the place went bananas. Everyone is standing up and screaming and high-fiving and hugging each other. So Jerry did his thing and split, and I went on about 20 minutes later, and I opened by saying, you know, my old dream was to get a standing ovation when I got introduced because you guys already know and love me. But now my new dream is that no one will clap at all because you can't believe I would work a dump like this. I have been lucky and fortunate, and I have worked with most of my heroes, and I'm just so grateful to get to do this job. You know, Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle, I worked with those guys. Those are two of the best comics in the world, and two comics aren't very good at running away from lunatics who rush the stage. We might need to have a combine for comics going forward. Like, the tape's good, he's very funny, but the 40 time, I don't know. I worked with Ricky Gervais and Jake Johansson and Brian Regan, and Jim Gaffigan helped me get some gigs, and I taught Emo Phillips how to play poker in Vegas one night. Oh, what a memory, it was great. It's been a fun ride. Ron White took me on the private jet. That's a way better way to travel than what I do. Ooh, it's nice. At the time, he lived in Atlanta. He just pulls the car up. It's not an airport. It's just an airfield. There's no security. He just gets out of the car and gets into the plane. And they've already been there for an hour getting everything ready. And we take off and fly to Little Rock. And at the end of the second show, he's very polite, but he doesn't stop walking. He's like, thank you, I'll see you again. He keeps walking into the black car, into the jet, into the Mercedes, into the bed. He doesn't pack. He doesn't take a toothbrush. He doesn't have to figure out how the internet works at the Holiday Inn. He just goes home. It's so great. It was just the two of us. He sold out a 2,000-seater twice. I just did 15 minutes to make sure the sound worked and got out of the way. We were watching him file in. He goes, Kostaki, tonight we're splitting the money right down the edge. Yeah, I know, Ron. I did the Seattle competition the year Hedberg won it, and it was cool. In a competition like that, it was like 35 people, and they winnow it down to one. In the semis, there are 10 of us, and the next week there's going to be 5. And one comic, who ended up being a good comic later, I won't even mention who it is, he came in last a few nights in a row, so he wasn't going to make it to the next round, so he got hammered before the show. And in a 10-minute set, he repeated a joke and didn't know it, which is kind of hard to believe. And I went on right after him and opened with that joke. The highs and lows of comedy are extreme. We all have highs and lows, but for comics, it's crazy. Here's a story I sometimes tell people when they ask me what it's like to be a comic. In the old days, I did some cruise ships, and they're very different. Now they're better, but in the old days, they didn't care if you were funny. They just didn't want a letter from an angry old lady, so you just had to be vanilla and just barely survive and whatever. Also in the old days, there were 2 seatings. Half of the ship was eating, and the other half was at the show, and then they would flip-flop, right? And I hadn't done a ship in a while, and I forgot how weird they are. There's like a little girl crawling around, and there's an 89-year-old with oxygen, and nobody picked to be there. That's just the thing that they're doing. And I was terrible. I wasn't prepared. I would start a joke and realize, oh, I can't finish that sentence here. Sweating. I've been doing this a long time. It might be the worst show of my life. It's a pretty high bar. I make a beeline back to the cabin. A woman passes me in the hallway. She was at the show. It's my job to entertain her, and her response to me was, are you okay? That's how bad it was. Now I'm in the cabin. I got an hour before the next show. I'm furiously making notes. Open with this, close with this. If you do pull this part out, you can chunk, and I give myself a pep talk. I'm like, you're good. You weren't prepared. You did some homework now. You're gonna be fine. Plant your feet, dude. You're at least the funniest guy on the boat. Go do, Put the suit back on. Same microphone, same theater, the other half of the ship. I do quite well. Now, I'm stuck on the boat for 2 days, and every time I see somebody, I know within 1 second which show they were at. And that's what it is to be a comedian. Hey, funny guy! Or they would try to not see me. You guys are awesome. I would like to close and thank you with a short, delightful tale about cancer. It's a good one. My younger brother, cancer survivor, he got leukemia, the worst possible variety. He was not going to make it. And he got a bone marrow transplant. You know what that is? It's not a transfusion. It's not new blood. It's the human machinery that makes blood. It's an astounding achievement of human ingenuity and science that this is even possible. At the time, there were 16 million people in the global donor registry for marrow. He matched 2 of them. That's how hard it is to find a match. Jürgen in Germany donated his marrow. They fly it across the ocean. They got my brother on the very edge of death so he doesn't reject the gift he's about to get. He gets the marrow, he goes through hell for about a year, and now he's completely cancer-free, totally fine. It's amazing. Saved his life. All right, here's the fun part. This is true, and it's going to blow your mind. He did one of those 23andMe genetic tests since then. All of his ancestry reads as German now. This was Hitler's dream. Thank you guys very much.
You know what else is not stealing? Putting an extra bike lock on a stranger's bike. It is great to be here. I started jogging. Mentioned that to a friend of mine who does it a lot, and he was like, oh, you need to shave your legs so you go faster. This guy has a beard. But I was like, no, I don't need to I'm fine with my resistance workout. But he was persistent. He was like, no, man, listen, I'd been riding my bike to work for years, and I started shaving my legs every day, cut 2 minutes off the commute. It's like, but how long does it take you to shave? You can shave your legs faster if your arms are shaved. Read this article online that had all these amazing facts about the human body, and one of them said that the average human being's skin, our skin is so sensitive, we can feel the weight of a bee's wing. That's 1/10,000th of an ounce. If that's true, I'm below average. I've gone an entire day without realizing I had another pair of my underwear in my pant leg. I was looking at a map of the United States, and I know that we were colonized from east to west, right to left, but it looks like it was the other way around. It looks like the founding fathers approached some guy, and they had an outline of the future country on a piece of paper, and they gave him that and a pen, and said, listen, we need you to divide this into 50 sections. Start on the left side, and he was like, oh yeah, there is plenty of room. If you don't get that, you shouldn't be allowed to vote. I live in Burbank, California. I have a landline telephone, came with the tiny house that I rent. And I was talking to my neighbor in our front yards. This guy's nosy. Some of us have that neighbor. He very casually threw this into the conversation. He was like, hey, Kellen, the other day I picked up part of a conversation from your cordless phone through my baby monitor. Yeah, that's a real thing. I didn't know. I also didn't know how to respond. He's just smiling like a weirdo. So I said, actually, I don't have a cordless phone. Oh, but occasionally, I do stand in your baby's room and talk to him. That's probably what that was. Anything else? No? Okay. No, I'm not a creep. I have 2 kids. I want to have 3. That's the perfect number, right? You can finally be on the Family Feud. But also with 3 kids, a mom and a dad, that's how many people comfortably fit in a log at Disneyland. Right, you have a 4th child, you have to buy another picture. It's like $30 just for a snapshot of your toddler straddling some Russian couple. You ever have this happen where you're at home and your phone's about to die, so you plug it in while you're talking? Just me and her. The rest of you have done it. Just ignore this next joke. I do that. I always forget that the cord is only 11 inches long. So for the next half hour, I end up kneeling next to a dresser. I just want to know who designed that cord. I imagine a couple of scientists in the Verizon laboratory, and one of them's like, hey, why don't we make it long enough so I can sit on the couch? And his supervisor's like, that's ridiculous. If they didn't do it before bedtime, it's their fault. Don't worry, though, making this other cord stretches out to 9 or 10 feet, and they can only use it in their cars. The most selfish thing that a human being can do is leave an empty shopping cart in a parking space. Yeah, if you've done that, shame on you. You're telling me you can meander 2.5 miles inside Costco, and the moment you get to your vehicle, you're like, not another step. Timed out my physical endurance down to this moment. Can't push it 20 feet, help everyone else out. That's why I don't even care. You guys can try this too. Every time I'm inside a grocery store, I take someone else's cart. Do it, full of food, take it. It is so much faster. And you get to try new things. Do it, it's not wrong. Tell me how that's wrong. It's not stealing. What could they possibly even say to you? Excuse me, I gathered that. Just say thanks and you can regather. You know the route. And that's how I found out that I like hummus. You know what else is not stealing? Putting an extra bike lock on a stranger's bike. It's insane that bike locks are legal, that they're just available to the public. You have any idea the amount of power that you wield with your imagination in a bike lock? There's so many things. Like, you could just walk past the Baskin Robbins and be like, you're closed. It is so arbitrary what we need permission to buy and what we don't. You have to show photo ID in a hobby shop to buy paint. Yet all of us here are just one Amazon click away from buying orange cones and making traffic go wherever we want. I don't like buying milk. Right? They don't sell any other product that way. You grab a bag of marshmallows off the shelf, all the other marshmallows don't come at you. Milk, the heaviest item in the store. They sell on a ramp that's aimed at your face. I pull 1 gallon off, 7 others slam forward. It's 2%. You wanted non-fat, but now you can't put it back. I discovered, though, you push those other milks hard enough, they disappear. In the healthy grocery stores, I never buy anything from that aisle of barrels. I just don't like how accessible it is to, like, bare hands or the air. Here's what I do, though. I go up to the most expensive granola, and I scoop it into the cheapest one. I'm the Robin Hood of Whole Foods. Oh, he didn't clap long enough for me to take a drink. So what did you guys do for Valentine's Day? Sushi? All right, that's cool. Woohoo, food poisoning. What else? What's that? You studied? It's like the saddest thing you could say. Now no one else is gonna answer because they're gonna feel bad that they had plans. Anything. A date with your kids? Wow. Let's dig into this. She's like, where are the breaks to this joke? Oh, here. Oh. say anything. At this point, I did something happy. I'm sorry. It's just a total like genre twist to this whole show. Well, let's discuss this. Celebrate divorce. Notice how no one claps. It's a great segue into what I had prepared. Usually it's like, went to a restaurant, wrote my wife a song, and then I'm like, oh, and here's what I did. And you're like, no, stop everything. Next holiday. I got robbed last Christmas. Do something with that. The comedy obstacle course. Well, here's what I did. I understand now this isn't going to be for everyone. I think I'll just do the talking from now on. The rest of my set is just me talking about it, not even doing jokes. Here we go. I ordered my wife one of those edible arrangements fruit bouquets. Is what I'm talking about. It's cool. It's a nice thing, but I want to get in on that business model. Because I paid $70 and I didn't even think twice about it. I was like, oh, that sounds right. It's not right. Their profit margin is probably amazing. It's fruit. What's their overhead? Like, a product should cost as much as the materials plus the skill required to assemble them, right? For $70, I could buy a printer. And that makes sense. I don't know how to make a printer. Fruit bouquet, on the other hand, after quick analysis, pretty easy to reverse engineer that thing. There was maybe, like, collectively half a pineapple cut into heart shapes on sticks for what I gave my wife. $70. My wife loves fruit. Next year, for $70, I'm just gonna give her like 40 pineapples. I want to be rich. I want to be so wealthy so that, like, anytime I wanted, I could just buy all the tickets to a Maroon 5 concert and go by myself. And boo after every song. I would sit front and center, so when they came out, they'd be like, oh, I guess there's a mistake. And I'd be like, no, this is happening. Yeah. This is a sold-out show, Adam. Hey, stage dive. Let's make this Maroon 4. This is Utah. How many of you guys drove to the border to get lottery tickets when that Powerball went over $1 billion? Anyone here? Yeah, a couple people. I bought a ticket. Never bought a lottery ticket in my life. And it wasn't just me. There were thousands of first-time lottery ticket buyers. It was on the news, right? People were lined up for hours, which is crazy in retrospect, because that means that even when that jackpot was at 975 million, I was like, nah. What even is that after taxes, right? It's crazier than that, though, are the odds to the Powerball. The odds are 1 in 300 million. 1 in 300 million. To paint a picture of that, in the entire West, it's about 300 million households. So what if this is how the game were played? You walk in to buy your ticket, and there's a man in a suit to explain the game to you. Hey, welcome to the Powerball. Here's how it goes. We've placed $1 billion in a box. Now, we've hidden this box in a random bedroom somewhere upon the American continent. Now here's the fun part. You give us $2, you get one shot to guess that address. My favorite game growing up was Battleship. You guys remember that? Loved it until I figured out they could have just called it Number Letter. Because there is no wartime strategy. And it's bingo with toys on it. Can you imagine if that ship battle scenario ever actually happened? The general briefing his men. He's like, all right, listen up. Here's the situation. There are 5 enemy ships out there. Exactly like our 5 ships. We have no idea where they are, but we do have good intel that they're not moving. Or diagonal. So when you fire at them, I just guess. I don't know. They'll fire one, stop, let them fire one back. This is a war, we take turns. Oh, and every time after we fire a missile, we need to ask them how it went. Played baseball growing up. Did you know that the dimensions to a baseball field are just whatever? It's completely true. Every Major League Baseball field is different. The infield's always the same, 90 feet to each base. But the outfield fence, they just make it up. This is 100% true. To hit a home run in Fenway Park, Boston Red Sox have got to hit that ball 302 feet. Houston Astros, on the other hand, Minute Maid Park, they have to hit the ball 436 feet. That's a 45% difference. And no one ever talks about it. Like maybe there's a reason why the Red Sox have been to 13 World Series. And the Astros were swept in one. It's like, hey guys, there's no rule. Move in your fence. Make it easier on yourselves. A 45% difference. Can you imagine if any other sport just decided to start doing that? There'd be an uproar, right? You see that excited NBA coach? Hey, great news, guys. We're playing in Chicago this week. The rims there are only 5.5 feet tall. So a Tesla can park itself, which is fancy. However, my Nissan has this feature where it'll beep loudly to let me know if my groceries haven't buckled their seatbelt. I am so excited for self-driving cars. Anyone else? I am very. No. Few people, right? Other people are afraid. Don't be. It's going to be great. Don't be scared. Ask yourself this. Have you ever walked into a grocery store and had those doors just like pinch you? Never, right? So imagine that automation technology improved by a factor of 1 million. That's what they're putting on cars. It's going to be okay. You still don't believe me? Would you rather there be like 2 dudes inside every grocery store just manually sliding those doors as your family walks in, right? One of the guys is texting, the other is high. That's what you want? Because when you're driving, that's what's happening around you constantly. It's usually older people, like much older people, who are skeptical of the idea of having a computer drive their car. Here's what I want to say. If you're like 70, 75 plus, and you're afraid of a computer driving your car, here's what I want you to do. Go to WebMD, where you can list your symptoms. Just go ahead and put in like every part of your body that aches or is immobile. Add the painkillers that maybe you take every day. I think you might find that the computer is skeptical of you driving a car. Last time that my car was dirty, my friend did the obvious thing, scrawled out, "Wash me," on the back window. So I went up to the side of his car with a key and wrote, "Touch me up." I had to renew my license recently. In California, every 10 years or so, you have to make the trip to the DMV and retake the picture, right? I always hate it, right? Then 3 years goes by, and I wish I looked that good. But how about that Costco ID membership picture, right? No amount of time ever goes by that I wish I looked like that Walking Dead version of my face. Costco's a billion-dollar industry. They can only afford a camera with like 7 pixels. Is that the only thing that doesn't come in bulk? Like, they have better cameras they sell in the store. They could just grab one, write it off, and use it forever. But they don't. You know why? No one ever looks at that picture. It doesn't matter. I walk in and I flash in my library card. They don't care. It's a dumb idea in the first place. What, are they afraid someone's gonna sneak in and buy stuff? I was mowing my lawn recently. I noticed every lawnmower has a throttle on it, but the speeds aren't labeled with the words high or low. Does anybody know what it has instead? Turtle and a rabbit. The guy was ready. That was very quick. That guy's been going to comedy shows every weekend for like 10 years. He's like, finally, they asked the lawnmower question. Just walks out. But it's true, there's a turtle and a rabbit, which is insane, because that means that at the lawnmower factory, they're like, yeah, we don't care if they can read. Just as long as they know their fables. I'm disappointed with the lack of originality when it comes to naming high school football teams, especially when it comes to animals. There are 1 trillion species on this planet. Only 9 are used for all sports. I can prove it right now. Go ahead and clap if your high school football team was the Eagles. There's some Eagles here, all right? How about Bears? Want any Bears? Wow. That guy thinks high school mattered. All right. How about lions? Do we have any lions here? There's a couple cowardly lions in the back. How about wildcats? Do we have any of those? Yeah? That's not even a thing. It's a lazy meeting. What are you gonna be? I don't know, some sort of wildcat? Yep, that's it. Sure. Meeting adjourned. I always do like to ask, so anybody here come from a high school that had a unique team name? So nothing that's ever been used in like professional sports, NFL, NBA, baseball. Just go ahead and, yeah, just don't tell it to me, just cheer. What's that? The Buckaroos? Everyone cheering just sounds like a condescending dad. There you go, Buckaroo. Yeah. Even when you win, it can't feel good. Good job, Buckaroo. What else? What else do we have over here? What's that? The scars? Oh, the darts. She did the darts. Oh, okay, the pointy ones. All right, yeah. I thought you meant the car. That would be weirder. The darts. The darts. Okay, just a second. We're still talking about darts. What city are you from, or state? What's that? Kaysville, Utah? Okay, all right. Is that like a thing there? That's number 1 on TripAdvisor for Kaysville. Dude, they have the best darts in Kaysville. Are you saying that? No, the pointy ones. What else do we have? What's that? Beat digger? That come from the cheap seats in the balcony, of course. That's how we earned our way here. Where are you from that you dig beats? What's that? Jordan High School? All right. That's here, right? Now this is going all over the world, so people aren't gonna know. It's like Jordan, so it's just some guy. Jordan likes beats. I don't know. Over here, somebody raise their hand politely. What was yours? The Russets? Okay. Some other guy just yelled his out. He's like, that's not interesting. Listen to mine. What's, okay. All right, Russets are potatoes. Okay. It's like getting heckled by Wikipedia. 'Cause, 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 ' tell Thomas, like, get off the stage. But you guys are like, here's some useful information. All right, potatoes. What else? What else do we have? The caveman? All right, cool. Where are you from? American Fork. All right, I don't know anything about that. Caveman. What else? The Dons? Spanish fork. I feel like everyone here knows something but me. I don't understand all these utensil cities. The criminals.
Oh, hello. So it's break time. I'll talk for a little bit. It's a 10-minute break. I hope everybody's doing well today. Thank you again, Cairo, for the 7 months of support. I really appreciate that. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate that you did. I can talk about my job that I just started. So, last week was the end of my second week. It's a daycare, preschool. Like it's really like a daycare. And you learn, and it's early education, I guess you could say. And I am supposed to be a receptionist, but I, for the last 2 weeks, have been in classrooms in and out just to help. So I'm learning how to teach the children what they need to know, but I'm also learning how to keep the children safe. Feeding them breakfast, keeping them, like teaching them how to behave properly, things like that. And I'm not gonna lie, it's a little stressful, to be honest. But I mean, it's not as stressful as hospitality, because I was in hospitality and did hospitality jobs for like a long time. Because I started in hospitality at 18, and I am I will be out of my 30s this year, if you didn't know. But yeah. So it was kind of crazy for me because I'm the youngest of my family, and that means that I was taken care of. I never took care of anybody. Now, I have taken care of my dad for the last 20 plus years, but taking care of an adult is way different from than taking care of a child, right? So it's a lot different, right? And children listen, they don't listen, they like to run around, they like to do stupid things and end up trying to get themselves hurt, but they're not doing it on purpose, of course. They're just kids and they don't know any better. So you have to teach them that, and that's what I'm learning right now. Learning how to teach them how not to jump on stuff, how not to like climb, how not to do all this other stuff that they want to do, but it's not a good idea, right? So, yeah. I don't know. At first it was kind of really nerve-wracking because I had never done it before, but because I work all week, it's like easier to like get a handle on. So I think the third week will be fine. Like, I won't be as nervous or anything else. I'm still learning, of course, because they put me in these rooms and I have no training. No training. They just kind of was like, okay, here's your kids, figure it out. And I was like, okay. But I was just like, it's fine. But my boss and everybody else is like really nice. Nobody is mean, nobody's hateful, nobody says sideways things. It's a really good, healthy environment so far. Um, like I said, I came from hospitality, so I was like just waiting for my boss to yell at me when I didn't do something right, and it hasn't happened. So maybe I could just relax and not expect that. But then in the back of my head, I'm like, as soon as I don't expect it, then that's when it's gonna happen. But anyway, that's just what's happened from, you know, all of the past traumatic. Hold on. These things keep on coming in here and I have to ban them. Give me 1 second. Okay, hold on. Okay, there we go. Got rid of that one. Well, yeah. So, and I can be kind of hard on myself, you know. So if I don't do it well, I'm like my own worst critic. But I'm learning how to be like more gracious to myself and more gracious to other people. Depending on the person and how they act, it might be easier said than done. But anyway, yeah. And that's just what's going on lately. I work 5 days a week. I have a 2-hour break, which is crazy. I've never had a 2-hour break before. So I like that, but it also, after I eat and watch a little YouTube and things like that, I just start to get a little tired and want to take a nap. And it's not a good idea to take a nap. We have such a short time in between, like after the first hours. One of those days, I think it was last week, I fell asleep in the break room. And I like kind of woke up with a start. And I was just like, oh, I gotta get back, you know? I woke up like perfectly on time. So it's only by the grace of God that happened. Right. Like perfectly on time. Because I had went to break at 11 and then I had to get back at 1. But I had not left the building or anything. I was just in the break room. And I like, you know how you fall asleep before you know it? That's what that was for me. And then I woke up with a start in the break room and I was like, oh, I gotta go back. So yeah, that was fine. But it's not a bad job. I like it so far. Like I said, everybody is nice and I'm getting the hang of it. I just hope that they can find a teacher to take that spot because I am not a teacher. Like I said, I am a receptionist. So I would much rather a teacher take over than me. But that's fine. I'm learning and I need to learn this stuff. So when I have kids, I know what I'm doing, at least in that respect. So yeah. Other than that, that's not have been that eventful other than work. But I'm making like I got 40 hours a week and I make $12 an hour. So it's actually really nice because, you know, if it's a 2-week check and it's 40 hours a week, that's 80 hours times 12. That's like nearly over $900, I think, or so. So this upcoming check, because I got my first check, but my first check was only for that week because, you know, it always seems like you start the whatchamacall, you start a job in the middle of a pay period. So I got that first week and it was a pretty good check, I'm not gonna lie. And then, so this next check, she's gonna be my first full check. And I should be making like over $900. So that makes me extremely happy because I have not had that kind of money since Korea. So it's been like 10 years since Korea. So yeah, it makes it worth it for sure. But that's pretty much what's been going on lately since I haven't been able to stream during the week because I get off at 5. So I'm pretty tired. And I get up at like 5 in the morning. So I get up at 5 in the morning to prepare to get there at 7. And then I get off at 5. But like I said, I have a 2-hour break. So it just equates to 8 hours after a while. Let's get back to work.
Are you from Spanish Fork too? I'm just guessing. I'm glad it made sense to you guys. Anyone else not from here? No, maybe. Let's hear a couple of, what's that? Patriots, cool. You weren't listening to my question. All right. I'm Chicago Fork, right there.
Syrup makers.
The syrup makers? The rest of you quiet down for a second. Are you just trying to help me out? Is that what it is?
I'm from Georgia, so.
You're from Georgia, of course. I love the syrup from Georgia. It's so matter of fact. I thought you were gonna be like, obviously, I'm from Canada. But he's like, no, Georgia. She's like, russets, yeah. I'm from Saudi Arabia. Yeah. Obviously. So the syrup makers?
Yeah, syrup makers.
Okay. What was your mascot? Just like a really bored guy? If I could name a high school team, it'd be the Chameleons. Wouldn't that be great? Every game, you just dress up like the other team. They have acupuncture for pets. I would love to go to a pet acupuncturist with a porcupine. Just for that walk back to the waiting room, like, I don't know what they did to my cat. It's the last time I used a Groupon. My favorite animal is a penguin. I just feel bad for them. Penguins are the reason why I don't completely believe in the theory of evolution. Because evolution says that an animal will either die off or adapt comfortably to its environment. I just don't think they belong in Antarctica. They seem cold. Like, go to the LA Zoo. They don't keep them in a freezer. They're on cement and they're fine. Every other animal in the South Pole has at least 15 inches of blubber or fur to keep it warm. You ever seen a penguin walk? They walk the same way you would if you were wearing cold, wet pants. This is completely true. Every year in Antarctica, penguins walk 80 miles round trip for food, if you believe Morgan Freeman. Now here's where evolution gets shady. If these poor animals have been walking 80 miles every year for the past 10 million years, why don't they have knees yet? Their wings haven't worked out for some reason. Can they at least get some bendy legs? You ever see them do that thing where they slide on their bellies into the ocean? They never mean to do that. They just trip and they're like, well, I can't get up. Guess I'll learn how to swim too. I'm a bird. My buddy was telling me about that movie, The Revenant. I haven't seen it. I might. I just didn't agree with his reason for encouraging me to watch the film. He's like, you gotta see it. Leonardo DiCaprio finally won the Oscar for that film, and it's a good thing he won the Oscar because he worked so hard on that movie. Now that's where I disagree. My friend said it's a good thing he won that Oscar because he worked so hard on that movie. They shot it for 9 months in the blistering cold of Canada. He walked through those rivers himself. He lost 35 pounds during those 9 months. Isn't that amazing? And I said, if you think that's amazing, you severely underestimate what I would do for $20 million. Like, there's not a person in this room who wouldn't do everything that he did for that amount of money, right? If he acted well, give him the Oscar for that, but not just because he worked for almost a year. $20 million, he lost 35 pounds. I would get down to 35 pounds. All right, my last few jokes here, they never got what they deserved. And I think it's because comedy's all about timing, and my timing is too good. So I have Siri read them, and it makes them a lot better, because she's the worst. Testing. Is that good? All right, that was the first one.
It's always a pleasant surprise when you find an unexpected $10 in the jacket pocket of a stranger. This is something I have never heard a wealthy person say. It all started when I read Rich Dad Poor Dad. The person who said to drink 8 to 10 cups of water a day for your health forgot that it also makes you enter 5 to 7 public restrooms a day. Best Buy is a great place to try out stuff that you can then buy cheaper on Amazon. Maybe flies would live longer than 24 hours if they didn't eat food. Ever since California voted against stores giving out free plastic bags, I have collected so many shopping baskets from Target. Google is turning 18 years old this year. I cannot believe it was just 19 years ago that I never researched anything ever. It's my greatest fear that the world will be destroyed and the only remaining humans will be me and all those people who use the internet at the library. The secret to looking younger is to tell people you are older. If you want to feel like Superman, take a paintball gun to a laser tag arena.
All right, you guys have been great. I'm gonna leave you with this one.
TVs are getting thinner, but people are getting fatter, so everyone is still the same distance from the screen.
Thank you guys very much.
I actually used to do voiceovers for animated cartoons. Let me give you a sampling.
Please say, thanks for the
stage left. Right, even though I diddly-dee. I was an only child. So right now I'd like to come out of my shell a little bit, and I'd like to act out a movie. Now this will be 2.5 hours long, so some of you are still taking this seriously. That's not gonna work out. Our kids are in the car. This is one of my favorite movies. Here we go. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Join me, Luke. Join me on the dark side. I'll never join you! Ah! Hello, Master Luke, Master Luke. Red leader to gold leader standing by. Gold leader to red leader standing by. Look out, Porkin. It's a trap.
Uti waka loco solo, utu traba waka.
Yes, yes. Go ahead, young Skywalker. Join me and your father on the dark side of the moon. Do or do not. There is no try.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was The Notebook.
So my dad noticed we weren't eating the coleslaw. He's like, hey, why is nobody eating that coleslaw? And we're like, Dad, it doesn't taste good. He's like, I don't care. You have to eat it. Because the white people eat it. And they cannot find out we're not white people. Like, they're gonna know when you talk. My dad's not gonna sneak past any of you. Where you from, sir? Boston, Massachusetts. That's how he says Massachusetts. And I don't have an accent because I came when I was 3 years old, and I learned to speak English watching television. Because when I was a little kid, we had great shows like Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, The Muppets, Days of Our Lives, you know, children's shows. I watched TV for 5 days, and in that 5 days, I learned enough English to translate for my family at restaurants. Problem is, I learned it mostly from Muppets. So we'd be at the restaurant, my mom wants steak and potatoes, they're like, "Dile, señora, que quiero bistec con papa, bistec con papa." And I'm like, "Hi-ho, my mom wants a steak and potatoes, please." Anyways, she's like, "That's adorable, does your mommy want bacon?" "No, not bacon, that's Miss Piggy!" I'm just glad I outgrew Muppet voices, because you don't need Muppet voices in adult scenarios. You don't want to get pulled over. You know how fast you were going? Herd a bird, abort. That's how you end up in the back of the cop car. Animal don't like taser. My dad loves American culture. He has this big movie collection, and he loves American movies. And he recently started quoting American movies because he saw me and my friends do it. And the best part of my Cuban dad quoting American movies is, "You will never know which movie." From the quote, I try to show him the classics, right? Dazed and Confused, Matthew McConaughey. All right. But no, it's like, "I like that movie." Okay. No? That's not the same. It's not the same. Showed him Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back. "Luke, I'm your father." He's like, "Luke, who's your daddy?" "No, what?" Did you watch an inappropriate version of Star Wars? I'll tell you what's cool. What's cool is for cool kids to act nerdy. Yeah, you just appropriate the stuff nerds like, pretend that you did it first, and make it suck, okay? It's the same thing white people have been doing to all the stuff black people like, and it's gotta stop. It has to stop, okay? You already have so many things that the nerds don't have, like friends. Could you just let them have Doctor Who? Could that be their thing, please? I'm sick of it, and I know there are people. Everybody got real quiet on this, and everyone's like, I don't. He's not talking about me. I'm very nerdy. I'm a huge Star Wars nerd. I'm talking about you, actually. I am. Oh, wait. You're a fan of one of the highest grossing and most beloved film franchises of all time? How nerdy of you. How peculiar you are. Just want to get to know you. You're not like the other boys. Have you read the Hand of Thrawn trilogy? Do you know how many replicas IG-88 made of himself? Are you single? If you answered yes to these questions, maybe you're a nerd. Maybe. But if you just own the trilogy, congrats. You're the same level of nerdiness as, I don't know, John McCain, okay? Doesn't make you nerdy. Also, Harry Potter, too. Liking Harry Potter is not nerdy, okay? It's honestly actually kind of weird at this point, really. I feel strange. I feel like I'm the only person in my age group that isn't still obsessed with Harry Potter. There's 30-year-olds everywhere who are like, I'm a Ravenclaw. No, you're an adult, Sarah. You're 31 years old. Your letter's not coming, all right? You gotta let it go, Sarah. I get that we loved the books when we were kids, but a book that you read when you were 12 can't still be your favorite book today, okay? It can't. Like, if you asked me what my favorite book was and I told you The Hatchet, you'd think I was an idiot. And you would be right. This dude hasn't read a book since 5th grade. No, I haven't. I have not.
So I've been going and seeking out other religions because we can still find truth and enlightenment from them. So I've been around, and I finally went to churchofsatan.com. And on churchofsatan.com, they're like, hey guys, we're the Church of Satan. I read it in a really friendly voice for some reason. They're like, we're the Church of Satan. We just think that God is fake and religion isn't real. You should just do whatever you want, and that's how you'll be happy. And it's fine if they believe that. But the problem is I looked at some of their Satanist community events going on, and they're still dressing up as Satan and doing weird Satan stuff, which doesn't make sense. Let me be the devil's advocate here. If you don't believe religion's real, you shouldn't dress up as Satan because he's still technically part of the religion is real team. My team. It'd be like if I hated Star Wars. I was like, Star Wars is stupid. Star Wars is the worst. I'm gonna show you how stupid it is by dressing up as Darth Vader. That'll show you. So this is my advice for any Satanists that came out tonight. They're part of my key demo, don't laugh. When it came out, if you really want to make me upset, you should dress up as the one thing in my religion that I actually do hate, the overwhelming guilt. If you can capture, there's some guilty people in the audience. If you can capture that, you'd really get my goat. Not to sacrifice or anything, it's just an expression. Just an expression. I actually have a few more Satan jokes, but the problem is if I do them all together, it actually invites the presence of Satan in the room.
I'm married. I have 4 kids, 4 boys, all under the age of 21. 4 boys, so yeah, thank you. 4 boys. Not gonna be able to resell my house at any time. Just gonna burn it down when we're done. Want to bring them up right. Want to, discipline the kids, bring them up right. We're not very good at it. Well, we weren't. I mean, we tried the timeout thing. That didn't seem to work. We tried the withdrawing privileges thing. That didn't seem to work. So we ended up going with the nuclear option. And we make out in front of our kids. It works very well. Works very well. So you're not going to mow the lawn? You're not going to mow the lawn? Come here, honey. Like, oh! Highly recommended. They are a bit rambunctious, my kids. A little crazy, When I call my wife at home, she's dealing with those kids, so yeah. It's kind of weird. If you call a spouse at home when they're dealing with the kids, it's kind of hard because you can't tell if she's talking to you on the phone or yelling at the kids. You know what I mean? It's like a schizophrenic conversation. I'll call her and say, hi, honey. She's like, hi.
Why are you bothering me now? Why are you picking right now to bother me?
I wish you were here. I wish you were here.
Don't make me come over there. Just drop it.
What have you been up to? Nothing. What are you up to?
I am on the phone. Can't you see on the phone?
I love you. Do you really love me?
No.
You still there? Yeah.
No.
Boy, the kids are really acting up tonight, huh?
What do you mean the kids are with my mother? Their behavior has made me a little crazy.
I did that to the poor woman. Life is crazy, though, isn't it, folks? Too much technology out there now. It's everywhere. You can't call a business anymore without a computer answering the phone. And the problem with computers answering the phone, they can't hear. You call a business and the computer will say, please say your account number. And you say it. We didn't understand what you said. Please re-say your account number. And you say it. We still didn't understand you. Please key in your account number. We're sorry, you must press pound after keying in your account number. Please re-key in your account number. Please verify your account number. Please sing and dance your account number. Imagine a sculpture chiseled out of limestone inspired by your account number. Describe it for us. We're sorry, you must press pound after describing your sculpture. Are you sure this is your account number? Let's start over. Please smoke signal your account number. Please telepathically blast your account number. All right, please hold. The average wait time, 45 minutes. And then they play a song that you hate over and over and over again until your brain is bleeding. Then you get a human being on the phone. What's the first question they ask you? What's your account number? Have you ever just lost your mind at that point? I'm sorry, it takes an hour to get my account number. Please listen. La, 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 la. The first number is 3. La, 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 la. The second number is 7. I'm sorry, you must press pound after threatening to hurt yourself. Please continue to listen. La. Just need to calm down. Some of you are thinking, how did this man ever land a wife? That's a very good question. I was very interested in dating in my growing up years, and the feeling just wasn't mutual. It just wasn't. And I thought, what I need to figure out is, what do women want? And rather than consulting any women, I tried to figure it out on my own. And the conclusion I came to was that women want a man who can do Star Wars impressions. Obviously. And the impression that I do well is in the snow planet, the creatures, they rode through the snow like horses, the kangaroo rats on steroids. Those are the tauntauns. That's right. Here's my impression of the tauntaun. Here we go. I didn't date much in high school. I married an extrovert, someone who likes to think her thoughts on the outside. I'm more of an introvert myself. I like to think my own thoughts in here. And a lot of introverts and extroverts get married, don't they? Because it works out pretty good, because one likes to talk and the other has to listen. That's right. And if you're an extrovert, you need to hear what I'm about to say. This might change your life, actually. We introverts, we think you're fascinating. We do. We love your level of detail in your stories. We do. But we've only got so much room up here. And then it starts to clog up with your data. Then we have to go to our happy place to cope. For me, that's Star Wars, the little place in my head where I go to respite from her onslaught of data. She'll be like, did you see Jenny last week in church? No, why? Well, she was wearing a pink blouse with concentric circles, reminiscent of an exploding supernova. Her jeans were modest and tasteful, the color of deep blue, gemstones on the beltline, sapphires, onyx, precious stones, textures, lighting scents, hidden feelings, spiritual vibes, choirs of angels, singing over the earth, black holes, alternate universes, pretty shoes. Are you listening?
Star Wars fans here? Star Wars fans today? Everyone? Fantastic. I like Star Wars now because the great thing is it's a good time to be a Star Wars fan because a new one comes out every single Christmas now. We're in a good thing. When I was a kid, you had to wait 6-7 years, and then you couldn't see them on video even for like 20 years. Like, it was crazy. Now you get them all the time. It's fantastic. And so Rogue One just came out this past Christmas, but a year before that, the movie The Force Awakens came out. How many people remember The Force Awakens? Remember that? That was great. So that was the first installment, right? The continuation after Return of the Jedi. So a long time we had to wait for that, right? So when I went to see it, I'm going to tell you a story. Is there anyone here who hasn't seen The Force Awakens but wants to? You? Okay, you've had a year and a half. I don't know what you're waiting for. They're out. We used to not do it. They went without you? Okay, but they're still. It's on video. Twice? Okay, it's on video. You got it. All right, well, there's a spoiler alert in this story. So if you don't want to hear it, plug your ears. But yeah, here we go. So you've had enough time. I don't feel sorry for it. I mean, I do. That you got left. That part I feel about. But there's plenty of time. We show it to her sometime. Yeah. So, okay. So my wife and I go see it the night it opens. And the great thing, you guys know this because we kind of live west of the Mississippi. Once it's midnight on the East Coast, we get to see it late Thursday night. Right? That's one of the cool things. They don't get to do that on the East Coast. So my wife and I go see it Thursday night. Everyone else got to wait till Friday. And we come home afterwards, and she's texting it with her friends. And I love The Force Awakens. So good. She's texting with her friend, and she goes, "Oh, hey." her friend's husband is going the next day. They bought 10 tickets for a group of them to go, and someone isn't going to go, so they have an extra ticket. She goes, hey, do you want to go with them? And I was like, no, you know what? I liked it. It was awesome. It's a great movie. But I just saw it. I don't want to see it twice within 24 hours. It's a little too much, right? And so I go, no. They'll find someone to give it to. Tell them to give it away. And she goes, no, you should really go. That would be fun. And then this is when I realized she doesn't care if I have fun. She wants me to hang out with her best friend's husband so that we bond and then we could do double date stuff down the road. That's really what she wants. She's trying to plant that seeds, right? So I tried to outsmart her. I was like, hey, you know what? We just spent $30 on it tonight. I don't want to spend another $15 on it tomorrow. It's Christmas time. That seems like a waste of money. And she goes, no. She outsmarted me. She goes, they have an extra ticket. They're just giving it to you. You don't have to pay for it. I was like, darn, she got me. Okay. So she goes, you should go. So I was like, you know what? Someone's going to want to go. Tell them to try and give it away. If they can't, I will go. So that's how it's left, okay? If they can't find someone to give it to. Now, as I finish the rest of the story, you all seem like very nice people. Hopefully you realize I'm a nice person as well. But every nice person stops being nice at some point, right? Everyone has a breaking point. So as I finish this story, I want you guys to think, at what point you would have stopped being a nice person, okay? The next morning, that guy calls me at 7 a.m. Some people don't already. Some people are already out being nice just because of the early phone call, all right? I'm a comedian. I sleep till noon. So that was like calling me at 4 in the morning. I'm like, what's going on? He's like, hey, you coming today? Buddy, we got an extra ticket. I was like, hey, I got a show. I'm not sure I'm going to be back by 5. He goes, you'll be back. Come on. I was like, try and give it away. But if you don't, I'll come. So, okay. So that's right. He calls me 5 more times throughout the day. Right? Okay, some people lose it. 5 more times. Finally, it's 4 o'clock. He calls me up. He's like, hey, Steve, we didn't give it away. We'll see you at the theater. And I was like, all right. So I go there. I get there. It's about 10 minutes to showtime. I walk in, and there's him and 8 people that are with him. It's kind of like the front row here, right? And he introduces me to these 8 people. They're the nicest people you could ever want to meet. So nice, right? He's like, this is Bob. And Bob's like, hey, great to meet you. This is Wendy. Oh, hey, I've heard about you. Everyone's nice except the very last person he introduces me to. That guy is not nice. Everyone else is nice to meet you, blah, 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 blah. And then the last person he introduces me, he goes, and this is Thurman. Okay, the guy's name is Thurman, okay? That's weird right away, right? Thurman, okay? This is a 40-year-old man named Thurman. And again, if you don't think that's weird, imagine 39 years ago there was someone looked at a baby and went, Thurman. No one would ever do that. No one would ever ruin a baby's life like that and say, yeah, that looks like a Thurman, right? So let me tell you about Thurman. Thurman's about 40 years old. He's half-dressed like Boba Fett. Do you know Boba Fett? Boba Fett, the bounty hunter from the early ones. So he just half-dressed. He didn't fully commit. I would have loved it if he fully committed, but only the top half was Boba Fett. He had the armor, he had a gun, he had like a booster rocket on his back, he had a helmet jacked back a little bit on his thing. Then he had cargo shorts, black socks, and Crocs. So he looked like if Boba Fett had retired and let himself go a little. He was a little overweight, which I'm not judging. I'm a little overweight myself, but he looked like he was not, you know what I mean? He was Boba Fett more than. Okay, he let himself go a little. So everyone else is nice. I don't care. But he says to me, Thurman. He goes, everyone else says nice to me. And he goes, and this is Thurman. Thurman looks at me and just says, $15. I go, what? He goes, $15. So I look at my buddy. I was like, what's he talking about? He goes, oh, he's the one who got all the tickets. You owe him $15. I go, what? I wasn't even supposed to be here. So I'm like, all right. I didn't lose it at that point. I reach in my pocket. I'm like, my wife's involved. I want to make her look bad. I reach in my pocket. I have $4. That's all I have. It's 4 singles. I'm thinking the nice people. Someone might be like, don't worry about it. Get it later. Next time we see you after the show. It's going to start now, right? And so no one says anything. They all just stare at me. So I'm like, okay. So I look at Thurman. I was like, hey, I got my credit card. How about I'll buy you some pop, candy, a soda? That's probably going to be more than $15. I was like, how about that? Thurman looks at me and he goes, I don't eat that crap. Okay, he eats that crap. I eat that crap. I know other people that eat that crap. He eats it. You know what I'm saying? You don't get that body from eating salads. He's not. You understand? He's not Boba Fett, is what I'm saying. He's just being a jerk with me for some reason, right? So I'm like, hey, I don't know what to do. So he comes up with an idea. He goes, there's an ATM across the street. This guy hasn't seen the movie. He's half dressed like Boba Fett. He's so excited about the movie, but he wants his $15. He's like, there's an ATM across the street. So I was like, all right. So I go outside. How many people would have driven home at that point? Okay, yeah, that's why I wish I would have thought of that. I didn't. I'm still, for some reason, trying to keep my head, right? I go across the street. I go to the ATM. The ATM gives me a $20 bill. Okay? From what I've told you about Thurman, do you think he's going to have change? No, he's not going to have change. So I run in the bank really quick. I go to the teller. Hey, can you break this? She goes, do you have an account here? I go, no, I don't have an account here. She goes, we can only break it if you have an account here. I was like, look, you gotta help me out. My wife set me up with this double date with this guy, and now this guy Thurman dressed like Boba Fett is giving me a hard time. She's like, Thurman? Who names their kid Thurman? I was like, exactly. So she got it. So she breaks it up. She gives me 4 5s. I walk back across the street. Thurman is outside the theater waiting for me. He's not even in the lobby anymore. The movie's about to start. He's waiting. He's like a drug dealer, ready to collect his money or something. He's gonna break my legs if I don't have it. He goes, do you have the money? He saw me come from the bank. He knows I have the money, right? So this is when I lost it. I could not handle it anymore at this point, right? He goes, do you have my money? I go, yes. Here's your $15. Han Solo dies. Did I go too far? I don't know if you've ever seen a grown man half dressed like Boba Fett crying in the fetal position outside of an AMC theater. But I personally really, really enjoyed it. It is a blessing
blessing to be here, especially because the last few years I had some health problems. I had a couple surgeries. Actually, I had my colon removed. My colon is gone. And those of you that know nothing about human biology, the colon is like pretty important in the whole digestion and pooping process. But thanks to a good surgeon, some luck, we're good. Everything functions right, you know. Hey. When you go through something like that, yeah, you appreciate life a lot more, but after you go through something like that, you no longer have a lot of sympathy for the insignificant complaints of other people. No more sympathy. Like shortly after I got out of the hospital, my second surgery, my friend calls me up. She's like, Justin, I had the worst day ever. I'm like, really, what happened? She's like, oh my gosh, I went to the movies, right? And I wanted to see Star Wars for so long. And I got there an hour early. And when I got there, it was all sold out. I'm like, what? You couldn't see Star Wars? Well, I don't have a colon. No colon is now my response every time someone whines to me about something stupid. My other friend's like, man, I got a parking ticket, my life's over. I'm like, one parking ticket, no colon, I win again.
My middle kid is Patrick, and he's 11 years old, and he's a really good athlete. He's a funny kid too, but he's a really good athlete. And I went to his basketball game one time, and it's a really weird experience because they tipped the ball, he got the ball right away, dribbled, threw the ball up, made a basket. I'm so excited, I almost start crying, and then I look at the scoreboard, 0-0. And I'm like, ah! And I hit one of the moms, I go, my kid, he scored? She goes, we don't keep score for the children. What the? I said, this isn't basketball. Now it's just idiots running around with a ball and nothing happens. That's not basketball, that's soccer. I try to be a good dad. I think that's the best job in the world is being a dad. I had a great dad. I love my dad. My dad passed away, and when we had a great funeral for him. He would have loved it. And the weird thing about having a funeral is like when someone passes away, apparently if they want to have a viewing, you're supposed to give them a good picture of the person so they can make them up. We could not find a good picture of my dad because he didn't like his picture being taken. So I'm looking all over for a picture, and I could only find one good picture, and it was when I was a kid, and he took us out trick-or-treating for Halloween. And I thought, okay, it's in color, it's in focus, I'll give him this picture, and it's kind of how I want to remember him, young and strong, you know? So I gave him that picture. Big mistake. We go there for the viewing, and there's Dad laying there peacefully in his black suit. Darth Vader mask on his face. And they couldn't close the lid because the lightsaber kept sticking out.
So my loving husband is a school bus driver, guys. Give it up. Give it up for a You know he's doing the Lord's work. Every single day. I'm like, oh, honey, how was your day? And he's like, I drive a moving classroom. And Hunter licked his candy cane into a shiv and tried to shank Jimmy. So I'm living the dream, sweetie. Just living the dream. So he's happy and he always makes a lot of money. That's exciting, right? So much money in bus driving. I said, baby, you don't have to make 100K, but K would be nice. We'd enjoy that. Sometimes we just cash his paycheck and just dance around in the ones. Oh my goodness, oh, it's just fine. And so we are, obviously we don't have a lot of money or whatever, so we do live in my parents' home. You've lived at home too long when your parents move out first. I'm not trying to brag. Weird flex, right? Weird flex. But yeah, we live at home, and what's upsetting is that we're kind of hoarders. Yeah, we are a little bit. So we collect a lot of stuff, like dust, and when my mom lived there, she was like super clean, and I'm not. So like when she lived there, you could eat off the floors, and now I wouldn't even recommend eating off the dishes. So yeah, we're kind of hoarders, but it's okay, and it's just because we have to have a lot of room for all of our costumes. Guys, we love to cosplay. Anyone else love Star Wars? We love our Star Wars, guys. It is so much fun. I love Star Wars. So my husband, he's my Han Solo. And I'm his Chewbacca. I know it's crazy. You guys are like, that's crazy, but he said the hairier one had to do it. I know. And you're looking at me like that can't be, but you haven't seen my back, so.
Now, for some reason, the boomers are upset and mad at the millennials. And to be fair, everybody's mad at the millennials. And I think it's because they invented avocado toast. And the word artisanal. And they're putting pumpkin spice in way too many beverages that should not have pumpkin spice in it, right? And it's not their fault. Millennials, it's not your fault that you're big goobers. It's not your fault. It's not. It's because your Star Wars had Jar Jar Binks in it. It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
My personal favorite way of telling someone is about to be racist is when they go, look, I don't mean to be racist. Here we go. That's like when someone goes, needless to say, but then they say the thing that they just said didn't need to be said. If you say needless to say, it should be followed by silence. And I feel the same rule should apply to I don't mean to be racist. Now, with all that being said, I don't mean to be racist, but I do have a story. I was playing Catchphrase with some friends. And if you don't know, Catchphrase is this game with an electronic buzzer, and it's got a word on it, and you gotta get the people on your team to guess the word without saying it. I'm very good at this game because I have older parents. And Catchphrase is just like when your older parent is talking to you, and then they forget what they're about to say, and now you have to guess, based on their very vague clues. I'm super good at this game. I play it all the time. But I'm playing with like my sheltered Utah friends, so the only things they know about in life are like Star Wars, Harry Potter, and Jesus. And they think at least 2 of those things are real. So they shouldn't be playing. You need like actual world knowledge to play Catchphrase. But the girl next to me gets the buzzer, and I kind of peek over because she's not on my team. And I see that the word she has to get everyone to guess is Anne Frank. And I see on her face that she has no idea who that is. And what she says to get everyone to guess Anne Frank is, I think she was black? Even with all my old parent experience, I was not expecting that. And I laughed way too much. Mostly because everyone else kept guessing Oprah over and over again. Because that's the only black lady that Utah people know about.
I've been a dad for over 6 years. I don't have any World's Greatest Dad stuff, which bothers me. I don't know how to ask for it. I feel weird, so instead I'm going to talk about it on a comedy special. I'm pretty sure my wife and children are going to watch. But I was shopping last June with my older daughter, and we passed a display of World's Greatest Dad mugs. It's like, oh, sweetie, look at all this reasonably priced merchandise, well within the budget of your allowance. And she'd just gotten out of kindergarten. She's starting to read a little bit, so she looks at the mugs. Right, she's trying to sound out the words in her head. Her face is all scrunched up. It's adorable. Because I can see the moment it clicks, right, where she reads the words. It's so proud of her. I was proud of her for about 2 seconds, because then she turns to me and goes, world's a big place, Daddy. Ooh, a lot of daddies in the world. Like, you're ice cold, baby girl. She's basically saying, she's like, look, you're great. I don't know about greatest, all right? I'm only 6. Let's wait until I turn out before we make any grand proclamations there, old man. So if you felt bad for the baby in that last joke, all she has to do, buy me a mug, she jumps to the top of the charts. My love can be bought, I'm not proud of it. I like being a dad, it's my favorite. And I'm a great dad one-on-one, but when I have them both by myself, it does feel a little overwhelming because they outnumber me, right? Then they go from being my adorable children to like a pack, right? They're the velociraptors from Jurassic Park at that point. And my older daughter is 6, so she can open doors like the velociraptors in Jurassic Park. Caught my baby testing our fence for weaknesses. They're clever girls is what I'm saying. Right? If I see one of them coming down the hall at me, it's already too late. The other one's rushing in from the side for the kill. Clever girls. I'm comfortable with that. I'm kind of a nerd. I don't know if you guys could tell from that great Jurassic Park joke that I just did, but I also like the movie Star Wars a lot, so I got my daughter and I lightsabers to play with for Christmas one year, and a while ago we were having a little lightsaber duel out on the front lawn, a little battle of the fates, and she's like, Daddy, I want to go for a walk. I was like, all right, sweetie, well, go stand on the porch, because I have to run in the house and get my keys. Don't get off the porch. I'm going to be in and out in 2 seconds. Stay on the porch. So I go in, grab my keys, I come out, she's not on the porch. She's out in the grass swatting at bugs with her lightsaber. And I was like, ooh, sweetie, go inside. We're not going to go for a walk now because you didn't listen. She's like, no, I want to go for a walk. I'm like, I told you to stay on the porch and you didn't, and there's consequences. She's like, no. I'm like, cool, I get to be the guy who dragged a screaming child into his house. This is gonna be fun. So I walk up to my daughter. Here's the thing, guys. She's still holding her lightsaber.
So when I get within striking distance, she takes a swing at me, like a real swing, like an I'ma strike you down where you stand, old man swing at me. But I too was still holding my lightsaber and been a nerd for a long time, not about to use a lightsaber duel to a 6-year-old, right? So I smack it out of her tiny little hand, which she's lucky to have, by the way. I was like, Amelia, go inside. I am your father.
Met my wife. I'm happy. I've been married 32 years. I'm gonna stay with her. And, you know, if dating at my age, right? I have a friend. Poor guy lost his wife. He's on the dating scene again. Came to me for advice. He said, hey, on my Match.com profile, should I put that I sleep with a CPAP machine? I said, no, I'd spring that on your honeymoon. First night, she'll roll over in the middle of the night, oh, I've married Darth Vader. If I was a woman, I'd want to live with a guy that slept with a CPAP machine. Because on one of those days, your husband, he's being a jerk, being a real jerk all day. I'd bide my time. And in the middle of the night, I'd unplug that thing and watch it. Plug it back in and act like I was concerned. You okay? I know it's hard to breathe when that machine doesn't work right.
There's basically two types of men in the world. There are the men who start to go bald and they embrace it. They just let it fly. Like Michael Jordan, and I think he got it right. The other type of man will spend all his time, money, and resources to make it look like he's not going bald when we all know he's going bald. So I knew a roommate back at Auburn University. He did not have much hair, and he got gel, and he spiked the few hairs that he did have. Looked like Gideon's army. There's only about 300 of them up there, but they got a lot of attention. My cousin uses Rogaine, true story. He woke up in the middle of the night with a sore throat, and he reached in the dart for his throat spray. Just let me get to it. He grabbed the Rogaine and said, pss, pss. He's still bald. But his throat looks like Chewbacca. If you ever open a balcony, look down and see if you can find somebody from above with a comb over. From above, his head will look like a big shiny barcode. So if you have a comb over and you're in Target, you better not bend over the self-checkout aisle. The screen says half off.
My wife is great. My wife's from Texas. I married a Texan. And I remember when I proposed to her, I told her I'm from Hawaii and I sure would love to stay in this country. So. My wife is great. We've been married 16 years. Oh, thank you. That's very nice. Yeah. That is very nice of you, but we've been together 23. I have to say that because she wants credit for time served. Married or not, been together a long time, 23 years. And we met in a bar, because 23 years ago, pretty much what you had to do. We didn't have your texting and your Match.com. You had to be rejected face to face. Then you had to walk away in your Jedi robe. That sucked. No, you do want to dance. These aren't the dorks you're looking for. You're a dork.
I know we're not supposed to hate large groups of people at one time. I know we're really frowning upon that, but I do. They're here in your town. I saw them. They're everywhere. They're called pedestrians. I hate them. Why is it? No matter where you're at, you're trying to get to an intersection, and you got to put some guy crossing the street in front of your car that looks like he just got to Earth. I think you should be able to hit 3 pedestrians a year. No questions asked. You just get to do that with your citizenship. It's a perk. Maybe that's a little harsh. That's harsh. Maybe you can just nudge through here with your car, or you can trade in your 3 nudges for 1 full speed hit. That's what I would do. I'd save up for the full speed hit, and I'll tell you exactly who I'd hit. I saw this guy today. You ever see this guy? want to hit that guy so bad. And for no other reason than to prove to him that he is not a Jedi. It was a movie, nerd. Now get across the street. Show you how much force my car has, you little prick. I hate you.
So I own a home now, which, proves that anybody can. I haven't really adjusted very well to the home ownership life, the residential neighborhood, because I had an apartment for years. Well, my entire adult life. When you're in an apartment, the standards are lower. Like, if you're in an apartment, you're a hero if you don't steal somebody's parking space or read their mail, In a home, you gotta keep up appearances and mow the lawn and pretend to like your neighbors, and stuff. You have to keep the window open just enough that nobody thinks you're a serial killer, but close it enough that nobody sees you doing dishes in your underwear. You know what I mean? Like, it's nothing. So the doorbell rang the other day, and I ran to answer it because in an apartment, that means the building's on fire, So I ring the doorbell, I run, and there's no fire, and there's no human. And I look around, and I'm like, what's going on? And I see the tail end of an 8-year-old kid peeling around the corner. And I was like, oh, I've been ding-dong ditched. Like, any normal adult would just brush it off and go about their day, but not me, not Mike Brody. I was like, schedule cleared. I'm gonna make a day out of this. Because I am immature and petty, and I have nothing but time. At 1:47 p.m. on a Tuesday. So I start chasing this kid through yards. I started chasing him, and I cornered him at a big wooden fence. And I was like, I gotcha. And then then it dawned on me that there's really no acceptable scenario where it's okay for a grown man to be chasing a strange child through a bunch of yards. Especially a 6'5", 40-year-old bald man in a Star Wars bathrobe. So I go, can I help you? Trying to, control the narrative in case there are any witnesses, It's like, can I help you? And the kid goes, I left you something. I was like, what? And he goes, Happy May Day. I know, in my defense, who celebrates May Day? What are we, pilgrims? Like, I go, Happy May Day, and then he points to the half-squished chocolate cupcake stuck to the bottom of my Chewbacca slipper. And I was like, let's not tell the neighborhood about this. And then he goes, Mr. Phillips was right about you. So the bad news is, none of the kids in the neighborhood trust me now. The good news is, I'm gonna save a ton of money on Halloween candy every year. Yeah.
Kids will test you, won't they? Don't lean on the pillar, please. What did I just say? I slipped. The window's open, it's windy out. Can it be windy sometimes? Mom, can it be windy sometimes? It slipped. Well, don't touch the mic stand either. It belongs to the club. What did I just... I'm just pretending I am! Can't a guy pretend sometimes? Can I, Mom? Sometimes you didn't test Mom's patience. I love my mom to death. She's my best friend now, but she was a strict woman. You ever get those big eyes? You know you're in deep trouble? Supermarket, 5 years old, put it back. And how do moms do this? My mom could be mad at me, then turn fake happy when she saw one of her girlfriends in the store. Then go right back to being mad at me. It's like, I said, stop it right now. We're not buying that. I said, hi, Helen, how are you? Yes, I'll see you at the recital. Okay. Put it back, you son of a bee. We have it at home. We don't have it at home. We don't have this at home. These are Fruit Loops. We got Fruit Rounds. Rounds, remember the generic version? The poor version of what you wanted? My mom didn't get me Honey Nut Cheerios. I got oh heck knows. Mom, what is this? Cheaper. Put it in the cart. That comes in a box. It's like a 10-pound bag of kitty litter. It's all expired. I don't want it. Toy Surprise is a piece of glass. I don't want it, Mom. Walk normal, please. We are in a store. That's not my new walk.
Mind your business.
You ever go too far?
I'm sorry, what did you say? I said,
You ever make anything?
hello.
Push the cart, please.
I'll just get a new family, I don't care. I'm sorry?
We've been through a lot, haven't we? These brats don't know any better. Oh, they're spoiled. I have a little nephew, Evan, Yvonne, I don't know what the heck his name is. I got him a Halloween mask. You know the cool mask for the kids today? The rubber ones, you pump the blood, comes out of the pore. I don't like it, Uncle. Little brat. Do you know what I had, what you had growing up? See if you relate to this. I'm surprised I'm still alive. I had a plastic suffocation chamber with a thin rubber band that ripped your hair out of the roots. The eye slits were on the forehead. You can't see! The only hole in the mask was that little slit in the hat. But you didn't breathe, whether you just stuck your tongue out. When you got stuck, looked like a flirty Chewbacca the whole night. Sorry.
People always ask where comedians get their material, and I have to be honest, things happen to us that don't happen to doctors and lawyers. I'll give you an example. I was at a convention, and I was sleeping, I was rooming with another comedian. He's a road warrior, and he's trained himself. He can't sleep unless the TV is on and the lights are on. And he also has a sleep apnea machine, which is great if you like sleeping next to Darth Vader. He's like... All right, I've got earplugs, that helps, but I like to sleep in the dark. It's a quirk. So I put a pillow over my head, but I like to breathe. Another quirk. I didn't bring a sleep mask. I don't know what to do, so I'm lying there thinking, all right, what am I gonna... I do have clean underwear. Okay, you're ahead of me. Okay, so I get up and I put a pair on like a mask, and it's great. It's got 2 openings for my ears and a convenient opening for my nose. It's perfect. I was gonna give you a while to catch on, but a lot of you are already there. All right, you're there. Okay, so I'm lying back in bed, and I feel like a superhero right now. I really do. I feel like I'm Tidy Whitey Man. That's who I am. And I'm waiting for my sidekick, Boxer Boy, and we'll go fight our nemesis, Granny Panty. So it's great. It works. I'm just about to fall asleep, and I think to myself, what if I die like this? It's like, how would they explain this to my wife? I was like, Mrs. Lee, we found your husband in the hotel room with another man with underwear on his head. So I get up and I write a note, and I put it in the pillow next to me. It says, if found dead, please remove underwear. I'm about to doze off, and I realize, gotta write another note. The top ones.
And I had to join a fitness gym. I had to go join a fitness gym because I'm one nacho away from being a mariachi. Okay, let's get that out of the way. And I joined the fitness gym, and round of applause if you've been to a fitness gym. Round of applause. I have never been to a fitness gym ever in my life, and I didn't know they had their own fitness lingo. My first time I go in there, this guy like, yells at me, "Hey, little man, can you spot me?" Brother, I'm broke, I have no money, I'm on the free week plan, I'm on a visitor's pass, you know? And what's the deal with those machines? You get off them, it still feels like you're on them? I was on the Stairmaster. I think it's what it's called, the Stairmaster, for like 45 minutes. I got off that thing, I'm like, hey, where's your water? All day, I look like a moron. They're like, hey, I was on the Stairmaster for 45 minutes. Okay, you need some water too? Okay. You ever work out so hard, you started breathing like... Some days on Shamu, you all right? I'm like, yeah, lady, stop throwing water on me. They say if you take steroids, it causes a lot of facial hair. Let me tell you about my trainer, Bertha. Oh, this woman had so much hair in her face, I thought I had Chewbacca training me. I kid you not. One more. I was like, chill out, Chewie, I'm doing it. I was afraid to give her water. I thought gremlins were gonna pop out, you know what I'm saying?
My friend Daryl has failed his driver's test 4 times. 4 whole times. Daryl sucks, okay? Yep. I didn't even know you got to take the test 4 times. I thought if you failed the second time, they're like, hey, you know what? Here's a $50 Uber credit. You don't get to drive anymore. You're a danger to society. He's a dummy. He asks me questions all the time that make me reevaluate my friendship with him. Does that ever happen to you where you're like, how bad do I need you in my life? Or you just gotta weigh the pros and cons? This is what he asked me most recently. He goes, Cam, we're friends, right? I was like, of course we're friends. He goes, would you take a bullet for me? I was like, from a gun?
Are there bullets I'm unaware of? First of all, you're overly confident in my ability to take a bullet. I'm built like drywall. Whoever's behind me is still gonna die. I'm not taking anything. Like shooting a ghost. Do you know how mad I'd be if I tried to be a good person and take a bullet for somebody and be like, I'm a hero, and they still died? I'd be like, I'm a good person. Did you still die? Health insurance like that. This is stupid. Now I'm in debt and my pancreas is gone. This is dumb. I don't know where my pancreas is at, but that's what it got me. He got mad that was my answer. He was mad. He was like, that's messed up, bro, because I take 99 bullets for you. I'm like, 99? What kind of shady things do you think I'm into? So where somebody's trying to murder me with that level of machinery, okay? And why is it taking 99 bullets to do it? Who's trying to kill me? A stormtrooper, Rambo, Helen Keller? Why can't you hit me? Did I stand sideways? What happened? It's frustrating. 99 bullets. They don't even sell 99 bullets. It comes in like a pack of 100. Are you saying you wouldn't take that extra bullet for me? You're a bad friend.
Did a cruise ship performance. That was fascinating, to go somewhere where I was the fittest person. I was I'm walking around like... checking their pulse. Are you still alive? It was so awesome, but you know, as you get older, you start to notice all the other old people around you, the middle age, and then the a little bit older. And I'm looking at these guys, and there's like hairiest guy in the world comes sits down next to me. He's got like a Brillo pad all over his arms, and I'm like, why didn't you take care of that before? No, and he's getting in the tub. Like, hey, while you're rubbing against that, why didn't you just wash the whole thing? And so I wrote this next one for that guy. I hope you remember Justin Timberlake's. This is my version. This is our old buddy, Chewbacca. Do you remember this guy? Yeah, here we go. I've got a hairy back. I bet you didn't want to know that. You think you're special, never shave your back. Don't turn around, give girls a heart attack. Take to the beach, hairy wood. You go out till and always bring a book. You know the chicks are gonna always look. They find you in the food when you cut. Take to the course, don't let him go. Shave that back, don't let him go. Wax that back, don't let him go. Shave that back, don't let him go. Wax that back, two sweaters come in. Cashmere, you know, two sweaters come in. V-neck, you know, don't let him go. Shave that back, don't let him go. Wax that back. That's it, Chewbacca. Wow.
Book me now.
Because I grew up in a family where we weren't allowed to swear. And, I mean, I think that's pretty common. There's not a lot of moms out there that are like, just one F word for mommy. Just want to hear from your sweet little face. From your face to my astonished face. Give me an F word. Come on. Hit me with it. It's not a common thing. But yeah. We had the next level though, right? In my like, we didn't say shut up. We said shush up to each other. We were at that level. Shush up. Sounds ridiculous. But I still don't say shut up. I think it's rude. Who says shut up? I'm still saying shush up. I'm still like, shush up and dance with me. You know, I can't say it. It's rude. But we couldn't say but. I used it twice there, but one of them had two T's. We could use the conjunction. The conjunction was allowed, but we couldn't. Two T's, four-letter word, too far. That's when it was done. Which is ridiculous. It was hard to tell stories without saying but. Sometimes it's easier to say but. I was talking about a time I was sledding. I was like, Dad, we went sledding, but guess what? The sled broke, so we just kept sledding down the hill on our butt. My dad, whoa! What happened there? You forgot who you were. Okay, fine, Dad. I sledded down the hill on my bum. Do you hear how stupid that sounds? Sounds like I'm sliding down the hill on a homeless man that I own for some reason. Come on, Gus, let's go. I'm gonna slide down the hill on you. You're my bum. Here we go. I'll hold you. My dad. We don't say bum either. Because that's weird what you did with your homeless friend there. You slid down the hill on your homeless friend, not on your bum. That's rude. Also, why do you have homeless friends? You're a lousy friend. They should stay the night or something. I didn't know what to say. I was like, fine, okay, in our house, we can't say butt, we can't say bum. What can we say? My dad thinks about it. We can say bim. We'll say bim. How about that? No, that's a weird made-up word, Dad. It's not a real word. Makes it sound like we're a British family or something. I slid down the hill on me bim, father. What a great day. I slid all the way to the bim of the hill. We couldn't say bottom either. Just rule after rule. It's ridiculous. It's not a good British accent. I know that. I don't know how a good British accent really sounds outside of Mary Poppins. It's a bummer because as a comedian, I'm supposed to be good at accents. But the only time I'm good at accents is when I'm talking to someone with an accent. I unintentionally start using their accent, like that's gonna impress them. Don't do that, they're never impressed. It's always embarrassing. I walk into a store and the guy goes, hello. So right out of my mouth, hello. It just felt good the way he said it. Why shouldn't I try it out on my mouth? And then he thought he made a friend, so he's like, oh, where you from? Seattle. You don't talk like you're from Seattle. No, I don't. You know, I'm gonna stop. I don't know why I was doing that. To be fair, you started it first. You're the weird one. Such a weird... It just feels good talking to them. I have a friend named Patrick. He has red hair. He's very Irish. He loves Lucky Charms. He's very, very Irish. Every time I start talking to Patrick, oh, how you doing, Patrick? Oh, I'm doing good today. But are you making fun of me? No, no, not. I wouldn't want to fight with you, huh? To a Jamaican man, I said ting. I didn't say it the way he would say it. I said ting, like I was learning his language. I wasn't like ting, like how they would have said it all rich and stuff. I was like, what's that ting? And he's like, this ting. Yeah, that ting. You come in here, this ting, huh? Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm embarrassed. Yeah, you need to leave. You can't have the ting. Okay, still want the ting. I'm embarrassed, but... What's weird to me about accents is that, yeah, full circle. Look at that, callback. Not really. It's that we all have the same equipment. Like, we all have, even this weirdo guy, he has a tongue. No, he doesn't. He's made of plaster. All of us, we all have the same equipment. Tongue, voice box, and it makes all the languages and all the accents that you ever heard in the world. And so it makes you go, well, why does an accent persist if it's the same musical instrument that's making the sound? And that's because your tongue has a mind of its own. I know that for a weird reason, because I have a permanent retainer in my mouth. Does anybody have a permanent retainer? See, I always try to play to the majority, you know. A lot of permanent retainer jokes out there, I know. It's a little hacky. It's kind of been done, but we're gonna go for it. It's worth the risk. If you don't know what a permanent retainer is, it's what it sounds like. It's a permanent retainer. They put it on the back side of your teeth so you don't see it. And the second it goes into your mouth, your tongue is like, did you know this is here? Did you know this is here? Did you see this? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. How long are you gonna have this? This is a weird bar in your mouth. Why do you have it? Why do you have it? I'm just gonna check it out a couple times. Is that okay? If I just check it out maybe 1,000 times per minute? Just real quick. It won't leave it alone. And when I first got my permanent retainer, my tongue was touching it so much to the point where it was hurting itself. It was like cutting it on the retainer. It had a blister at that point. It was like, this hurts to touch it. It hurts to touch it, but it's still worth it. It's still worth it. We gotta check it. I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding. But does dental pain feel good to you? Why does it feel good? Whether or not you've had a permanent retainer, you've had that same problem. You've had like a popcorn piece stuck in your mouth, and you're on a date, and your tongue's like, I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. And you're like, tongue, you're not gonna get it. You can't do everything. That's why floss is there. Floss is invented because sometimes you're not good at things. No problem, no problem, no problem. I'll just check it about 100 more times, and then I'll give up. I don't know that it has ever given up. Such a weird thing. I started getting, I feel like I've grown up enough now that I can get massages. I know some people get them when they're young, but I wasn't ready. But it's weird to go into it when people already are assuming that you know the way it works, you know? Because they have this whole language. You go in and they're like, hey, welcome to the massage place. And they have like a little room they direct you into, and there's a table, and a little fountain that kind of makes you have to pee, and some soft music playing. The lights are down low, and they say, undress to your comfort level. And then they shut the door. And you get to just kind of panic for a little bit. Like, this, I wore clothes today because society taught me that this is my comfort level. When I was younger, I had a much different comfort level. But once you get a certain age, that's not a good level. But they say that because they can't say, just get naked and lie in between those sheets. It's not gonna make you feel comfortable. For some reason, a panic attack is more comfortable. You choose. Okay. So you lie down in between these sheets, and they come back in, and they talk all soft the whole time. Hey, Steve. Hello? Your head's in the little hole. What pressure level do you like? 15 PSI. Good level. What pressure level do I like? I never know what to say. Medium, I guess? Touch me medium, please. That's how I like salsa. Maybe it's how I like massages. Just a nice medium touch. That sounds good. And then they start touching you, and I immediately am feeling like, medium's too much. Mild. Touch me mild. Touch me muy less picante. This is a very strong medium. Softer, please. And they start doing what they think is softer, and I'm like, softer, a little softer. I guess I'm pretty tender. Softer. Just don't, quit touching me. Stop touching me. You could just rub all around my body. You could rub my aura. Maybe just rub my aura. Rub my aura while you and me listen to Enya. Just... You guide me, buddy. Scary thing. I'll tell you what else is scary. Trying to get someone to fall in love with you. Have you ever done that? Has anybody ever done that? Few of you are honest. I like the people who said no. I hate love. I just want to run around angry at everyone. But you know what? You're probably the one who's more successful, is the one who played hard to get. The person who said no. Because for some reason that works, which is ridiculous that hard to get works. That's not a skill that you use anywhere else in life. You don't get a job playing hard to get. Could you imagine sitting in your job interview playing hard to get? Do you even want this job? No. I got like 6 other jobs I want to make out with after this job. So no, I don't need this job. I've often wondered if, as a comedian, like if this still works, like the hard to get, playing hard to get, if maybe I should just play hard to get with the audience. Just be up here, just like... Oh, I didn't even see you guys there. You guys aren't half as cool as this antelope? What is that? Deer thing? It's good, Angel. Let's not make that joke. Anyways, another thing that I read about, getting someone to fall in love with you is that the same hormone that's released when you're in love, that's also released when you're afraid. Same hormone, just lazy of your body, really. Just give them a hormone, doesn't matter, as long as they're excited. What? That's all you're gonna do, buddy? But now that I know it, I use it. I'm not a dummy. I show up on all my dates, just bing bong. Hi, Henry! And I just scare her good. Freak her right out. She's always, oh!
I like him. He's a scary guy, and I'm into that. Something inside me tells me I'm in love.
And I just think, yeah, I know what that is, because I read that in the library next to a homeless man that I love. We go sledding sometimes. He's a good friend of mine. I have weird friends. I'm friends with a 5-year-old. He's my neighbor, and he's just one of these kids that just kind of shows up at your house, and you're like, okay, I guess you're part of the show now. You're at my house. Where are your parents? But okay. You're so lucky I'm me. And I'm just gonna talk to you. And I talk to him. And he tells me about kids at school and somebody who was picking on him and he was going on. And he's like, yeah, this kid, Jeremy, he's just a real juice pouch. And on and on about Jeremy the juice pouch. And I had to stop him. I was like, hold on, juice pouch? And without skipping a beat, he was like, my mom doesn't let me say douchebag. And just kept going. I was like, I get it, buddy. I get it. I say bim, my man. And I now say juice pouch, turns out. It's way better than the other one that is probably getting edited out on Braxton's show. Sorry about that, Braxton. I didn't mean to. You gotta cut that one out. I would. Juice pouch, though, much friendlier. That's the way to go. I'm not great at Facebook. Hope that's okay to admit. Turns out I'm a creep on Facebook. I didn't realize that. I thought I'd find out that I'm way cool. Turns out, no. I'm a weirdo. I do stuff on there that I've never done in my regular life. I've never wandered into a stranger's house and pulled down their photo albums. Feverishly looked through every picture. Look at that, look at that. What are you doing here? Don't worry, I'm a friend of a friend. Just gonna look on through. I'm gonna keep that one. I'm gonna keep it. What a creep. The creepiest Facebook thing I did was visit an ex-girlfriend's Facebook page. That's like the electronic version of driving past your ex-girlfriend's house. Did you ever do that when you were younger and didn't have any self-control? You're just driving. Why am I doing this? I shouldn't be doing this. This is a bad idea. What if she sees you? There she is! You speed away. She's like, Steve, is that you? Yeah, you caught me. I'm just passing through the cul-de-sac. I'm on my way. Yeah, it's faster. I don't know how. Don't ask. So I type this girl's name in the search bar, press return, only to realize that is not the search bar, and her name is now my status update. Just her name. Just... I didn't do it on a computer, I did it on my phone, which is when I found out the mobile Facebook didn't have a remove status update option. It just had to sit there while all my friends liked it and commented on it. I'm just sweating. Stop it! Stop commenting! It's trending! It's getting popular. She's gonna see, and of course she did see. She was like, what are you doing, Steve? I'm like, nothing. Nothing. I was hacked. My account was hacked. It's that weird virus types in your ex-girlfriend's name. Going around. Be careful. Felt like I had to type fake status updates just to make it believable. I was like, lose weight using this one weird trick. Wrap your belly in cellophane. Look at the before and after. Before and after. taking squinchy photos on my belly before. I always love that it's one weird trick. Lose weight using a weird trick. Why, if it were to say, lose weight using diet and exercise, we'd all be like, no way. Do you want me to do something weird? I'll do something weird, though. I'll click on that. I love weird stuff. It's not a good idea, guy. What is that, water? Technology's tricky, though. It's easy to mess it up. Like, text messages, you can screw that up. I probably shouldn't do this joke, because this is a true story. Roommate, don't watch this joke, okay? I used to have 3 roommates, and one of them was stinky, and you know, there's always the stinky one, and I just got home, and the house, it stunk, and I was like, dude, the house smells so bad, you could tell Scott was just here. Send to Scott. He's like, sorry, dude. I was like, I was kidding. I was hacked. My account was hacked. If you remember that problem. I don't do good with bad smells. I just can't handle bad smells for some reason. Like, if I'm talking to someone with bad breath, for whatever reason, I just don't know how to combat it. I'm gonna gag if I can't figure out what to do, so I always just blow out softly when they're talking to me. It's a bad idea. Hey, Steve, how you doing? Good. It's a good day today, huh? Yeah, it is. A little breezy. It's just a little breeze. That's what you're feeling. I feel like that's coming from you. No, you're weird. You're the one. Oh, yeah, it always was me. Your breath is weird. It smells like...
Hello. I have returned. It is break time. I hope everybody's doing well and lurking well.
Making progress. That's good. 4 minutes and 30 seconds in, but that's just because of like the editing process, cutting stuff out and bringing it up and everything else. But we're making progress. We went from 27 minutes of video to cut to 19. So we're making progress. And yeah. I hope everybody, like I said, is having a good day. I heard a good sermon today. I really enjoyed that. And now, as you can see, watching comedy or listening. I'm listening to comedy, but you're watching it probably. And yeah. Tomorrow is work, but it's okay. Sweet check. It's gonna be worth it. It is. I'm very excited about this next check, so. Because the week goes off and by really quickly for me. So, before long, I'm gonna be like, it's Friday. But anyway. But yeah. I had a pretty chill day today. I was able to draw a little bit this morning. So I started on Dan Hung's hair. If I'm saying his name right. I don't think I am, but regardless. So I was able to do a little bit that this morning before the shirt. But yeah, I gotta finish this video, bro, because it was supposed to come out last week, but I could only find a dub at the time. And the dub for Escaflowne is really bad, and it made it really just not pleasurable to watch. So I did film it, but I was just like, I don't want this to be on here. So I filmed it again today, the reaction. And that's what I'm editing. So I'm happy. I'm a lot happier with it, bro. So that's good. And trying to get more streams out for YouTube. If you ever miss a stream and you want to watch streams, just go to my YouTube. It's there. I put them there just like, I guess, a time capsule. So it documents what, streaming journey and stuff like that. Because I think streaming is fun. I'm still figuring stuff out and getting better and more active and stuff like that. I think I've gotten past the initial social anxiety that I used to deal with. So that's good. And now I can talk more. And when I go to other people's streams, I usually just lurk. Sometimes I talk. It's depending on my level of social battery and whether or not I want to do a lot of talking. So, let me see something. I think it turned off the music. The music. Is there anything else, or is just... Let's do some synthwave. Okay. Anyway. Let me know if the music is a little too distracting with the video or whatnot. Because when I actually study or work, I'm actually watching 2 videos simultaneously. So there's one video like the dry bar comedy, and then there's background music, and it helps me focus. So hopefully it's not too distracting for everybody else. But being able to do that simultaneously helps me focus better. So. But yeah. If anybody wants to claim first, it's still available. But no pressure. I gotta go to sleep early tonight. Fairly early. Like 11, which is super early for me. But regardless, yeah, I'm pretty much enjoying it. I think the kids are cute and they're fun. Sometimes they like to, test you. But I think we're starting to get like on an understanding. At least I hope so. But it's a learning process for sure. When you work in a daycare, it's definitely a learning process. That's okay. Life is about learning, so. Life is always about learning. But I did some errands, chores. Fed the dogs this morning. Just recently fed the dogs this afternoon. Fed my dog because I feed my dog and my brother's dogs on Sunday. did some laundry, got that done. Need to fold my clothes. I got some fluffy socks. If you want to see them. I got a couple of pairs of socks that I like. These are like my favorite pair of socks right here, if you can see them. They're very thick. So when I go to work, some point of the day, I have to go into the infant room and just watch the babies, right? Sometimes I have to change them. So I learned how to change diapers, y'all. I learned how to change diapers. I know how to do that now. I'm pretty excited. Because I literally just learned how to do that in the last 2 weeks. So that's new. But yeah, to go back to the socks, it keeps my feet warm because it's cold in that room. But it's cold in the building. I don't know why they keep it so cold, but I guess to like save money or whatever, because it's pretty cold. Right. So I'm wearing like pants underneath my pants. I'm wearing a shirt underneath my like sweater. And then I bring a jacket just in case. And then that's me like surviving the cold. But I have a 2-hour break, so it's fun. Alright, y'all, it's back to work.
You licked an antelope or something. I'm gonna have to Google you later. An ibis? Is there things called ibises? Do you even say? Lone Star. Okay, that's a beer, which makes sense for, it says Lone Star beer. I'm not an aficionado here, dry bar. I don't drink. Anyways, I don't know why I said that, but I wanted you to know. Just so you know. Maybe it's a family thing. We all sort of don't do great with bad smells. My dad is bad with bad smells, which is great because me and my dad, we used to visit these people once a month who were hoarders. I mean, obviously you guys know because this is Provo, Utah, that I was my dad's home teaching companion. If I'm outside of Utah and I say, I was my dad's home teaching companion at 15, people are just like, I thought he was homeschooled, you know? There's something about him that says homeschool. His dad's his home teaching companion, of course. Yeah, so me and my dad, when I was 15, we would visit these hoarders once a month for our church. And we would just go in and hold our breath for like an hour. Just standing there. The first thing you do when you go into a hoarder's house is you play a game, which is, what is a chair? You start looking at the piles of things. Is that a chair right there? No, not a chair? What about that pile right over there? Is that a chair? Not a chair? Oh, you guys are good at what is a chair. This is not easy. I would have sworn that was it's a body. Okay. Rest in peace, buddy. My dad one time said we should sit down, and so he starts moving the hoarder's stuff, and of course they're kind of freaking out. Why are you touching our bus passes from 1986? Because we're cataloged by month, and he just moves them all, and he found a chair. He was good at the game. Found one chair, he didn't find two. So 15-year-old Steve is now awkwardly trying to find a chair. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll find a chair real quick. Why is that sticky, by the way? Why is that wet? Everything I touched, I regretted touching. My dad sees me getting more and more awkward over here, and he's like, Steve, quit doing that. Just come over here and sit on my knee. Huh? Sit on my knee. It's a good idea. So I sat on my dad's knee. He bounced me just a little bit. I felt better. I was colicky, apparently. Just that little motion. Feels good. It's totally ridiculous. A cat that they were holding prisoner just wanders through the rubble. He hops up on my dad's other knee. The last seat in the house. The cat took it and promptly vomited on my dad's knee. Didn't even waste any time. The cat was like, it smells normal here. I'll fix it. Welcome to the hoarder's house. So we're sitting there with cat barf on the knee and expecting the hoarders to freak out. If you've ever been at someone's house and a pet vomits, it's usually pandemonium. I was at my friend's house and a wiener dog threw up, which I didn't know it until I saw it is the funnest animal to watch throw up. None of these guys hold a candle. It's like watching a tube of toothpaste be unrolled really quick. It's like, whoa! I like that for some reason. I didn't want to, but I liked it. And they freaked out. They were grabbing towels, they were running around. It was like a fire had caught in the house. The hoarders just sat there. They were just like, you know what, that happens. No, it doesn't. It's the first time I've been on my dad's lap and a cat has vomited. It's a very rare situation. That broke my dad because he was like, okay, if they're not gonna react, I'm not gonna react. So he thought he could just kind of keep going and share the message, you know? He's got me on one knee, cat barf on another. Message from Jesus in his heart. And that's what he's there for. So he tries to share that. The message this month is all the message is I know my dad has a worse sense of smell problem than I do because he was also our scoutmaster. And he brought in a guy to teach us about computers. And this is the 90s. So this guy, who is a computer expert in the 90s, well, he has bad hygiene because he is a computer expert in the 90s. He's not smoking. All the IT guys are like, I hate this guy. Screw this guy. Turn this off right now. He didn't smell great. And my dad couldn't even introduce him. He was like, Calvin's here to teach us about... He caught a whiff of him and that was it. He didn't even finish. He just left. He was like... Since all the sons are in the scouts, we all just were cracking up. We knew what had happened. He was like, Dad smelled Calvin. He couldn't handle it. So now I'm in a much different scenario. And he's trying to come up with excuses for why he's starting to gag. He's like, my tie's too tight. I'm sorry. We're fine. The message is... The message is... The message... And at that point, he's gagging really loud. Just full on. And we're like, okay, Dad, you gotta stop bouncing me. This is not good. It's not gonna end dry. I didn't feel good. So he starts elbowing me. And I knew what that meant. The elbow move, that's a classic move. At the end of these visits, my dad would always elbow me because we would say the same thing at the end every time. We would say, is there anything we can do to help you? We would always say it at the end. Don't say it at the beginning because you've screwed up. If you say it at the beginning, you're gonna end up helping him. Say it at the end when you've stayed too long. And then they go, no, you can just get out of here. Another level of it is to have your 15-year-old son who has no skill set say it. I always felt so stupid saying it. It was like, anything we can do to help you? Do you need any Nintendo codes or... Up, up, down, down, left, right, BA select start. Some kids will never know.
My little soda pop, you're all I can think of. Every drop I drink. You're my soda pop, my little soda pop.
Aristo rated your channel with 13 viewers.
Hi, Aristo. Thank you for the raid. How are you? How was your stream? We were playing Far Cry, I think. I saw. So how was that? Welcome, Raiders. Hi, I'm Shoujo. You might be familiar with me by now, but if you're not or you're new, I'm Shoujo and I'm your friendly neighborhood Kitsune. We do art streams, co-working streams, and sometimes games. Was fun. I just started it, but it's so hot I had to stop. Was it like hot in your room because of the computer and the heat? Or is it just because of the heat itself? Make sure you drink some water. But for me, we've just been like watching comedy and I'm editing this video. It's warm today, been cold, so I think both. Yeah. I could imagine because like there's the heat from the computer and then depending on how your room's set up, it's probably just hot in there. Cause I'm actually very good. Yeah. I'm actually thinking about maybe getting a new mini computer, but just because it looks good and it's upgradable, but I'm not sure yet. It's I've been seeing it on the TikTok shop and I'm like, I got this new job. But I'm trying to be responsible too and pay off all my like bills and stuff. And then okay, I have extra money for this. But yeah. I hope y'all enjoy. Please make sure to drink water, stretch, have a good day. I hope y'all enjoy your time here. Yeah, for sure. It's rose gold, so it will fit my setup. My setup is like pink or all kinds of pink. It's not really a lot of rose gold, but a lot of the things I have are pink or rose gold. And I saw that and I was like, that looks like a pretty good computer. And all I gotta do is get like 16 more gigs and then I can make it 32. It's already like 1 terabyte of storage. So I was like, let's see. And it's not that expensive either. It's like $500, I think. Which I can put on a firm, to be honest. But again, I gotta pay stuff off before I can get it. I'm also eyeing a new tablet because the tablet that I have, well, my iPad is fine for drawing, and I'm gonna keep on using that for drawing for now. But this is, I think it's like a multi-purpose tablet because you can draw on it for sure, but I think you can like watch like YouTube or whatever else on it too. So that's why I think I want that one, because my tablet right now, not my iPad, but my Samsung tablet, I only use it to watch streams. So I kind of want something that's a little bit multi-purpose. So those are the two things that I want. But we gotta see. I gotta save money and be an adult. That's fun. Anyway. But yeah. So We're gonna get back to it. You feel that? Yeah. But if you want to hang out, please do. Please make sure you get some water, cool down, because I know it's hot out there. And just chill with us. We're listening to like synthwave right now. And just watching comedy. So you can like wind down. Let me give you a shout out. Shout out. There we go. And yeah. So once again, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. And I will get back to work.
So we had a quick prayer and we barfed and we got out of there. Efficient. My dad's always been efficient.
There's 5 kids in my family. Even efficient in naming. Joe, Ben, Steve, Nate, Kate. No Braxtons in our family. Very one syllable. But they just liked that simplicity. When we would have ice cream as a family, my dad used to run. Sure, he was very excited. We were all very excited. Ice cream! He'd go into the kitchen and he'd grab 1 spoon. And we would line up oldest to youngest in the kitchen. My dad would get a big scoop and put it in the oldest's mouth, and then he would go to the back of the line. And then it was the next kid's turn, just like weird little baby birds, just and you'd always hope that you'd get the last scoop. Just special little baby birds. That's how we ate. We're normal. I spent way too much time deciding this outfit, and the stylist lady was like, don't wear the shirt with the bear on it. You look ridiculous. You look like a 12-year-old. And I was like, okay, I won't wear it. I wore it. Couldn't help myself. I haven't grown up yet. It might be why I do this now. I should have got a regular job, but this is too much fun. I used to have kind of a regular job. I used to do dispatch at the hospital for helicopters, which was kind of exciting and cool, and I got to work with the ER and see the helicopters fly around, and that was exciting. And I found out a lot of people who visit the ER aren't honest about what got them there. It's kind of interesting. Seems like a good time to be honest. The ones that were the most notable were people, once a month we'd always get someone who would come in with something stuck. I'm gonna be delicate. In their bim, they would have something stuck in their bim. And they would never tell the truth. They would always be like, listen, I was in the shower, and I slipped, and that is how my lava lamp got up there. And you just have to be very matter-of-fact with them. You're taught to be matter-of-fact. You just go, that could happen to anybody. That is a bummer, yeah. Because if you freak out, if you're like, what did you do? You know, then they're gonna clinch and you're never gonna get it out. Bummer of a day for you. But they'd always lie, you know, and I didn't like the lies. It was like, just be honest. I know this is embarrassing, but just be honest. That's why I liked the one guy from Wyoming. He just walked right up to the front and just goes, I stuck a couple chestnuts up there. I don't know why I did it. I'm a weirdo. There's something wrong with me. I cannot get them out. I'm very sorry. Them is stuck good. Love that guy. He's honest in a difficult situation. It's a good message. Also, I like it because of his choices. Chestnuts, I feel like that's a very specific nut. Like he went shopping with that nut in mind. He's like, walnuts? No, I'm not crazy. Ain't gonna do no peanuts neither, no way. Chestnuts, them is smooth. Let's do that. It was way better that there was 2 chestnuts up there, because one chestnut says you immediately regretted what you've done. 2 chestnuts says one chestnut was a good time. You're sitting at home with your one chestnut going, boot scooting boogie. Look at that, look at that. What a great day, what a great weird day that I'm having. You should keep going, you bought 5. Here goes number 2. 2 is too far. Oh no. I do not feel good. I do not feel good. This is a horrible day. I don't even know how to walk. I'm gonna have to go to the ER. 2 chestnuts is an ER visit. 1 chestnut, good time. 2 chestnuts, ER visit. I'm gonna tell him the truth, though. I ain't gonna tell him no squirrel story. I'm telling the truth about this. And he did. He was just talking to us the whole time. I think that helped ease the tension of that weird experience for him. Just sitting there talking. Okay, all right, you gotta get him out. So, whose lava lamp is that? Can I have that? Is that can I take that home? I'm gonna take myself home. You guys have been fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. That is so awesome. Wow. Right? Feels like I'm doing this for the first time. Oh my gosh. People at home is like, he's laughing harder than he needs to. But the inside joke is I've done this twice, so there you go. This is my second dry bar. Yeah. Everyone says the weirdest things now on social media. Everyone says, live your best life. Which I'm like, okay. What do you know? What do you know? Why? When they say live your best life, it's like, do you know, am I gonna be like reincarnated as a dung beetle or something? And like, just sitting on a pile of dung and just like, I should have lived my best life when I was a human. What a stupid choice I've made. I didn't live my best life. Humans shouldn't say live your best life. Cats should say live your best life. Makes sense, right? They'd just be hanging out. Hey, Tom, meow, 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 right? Live your best life. And they'd be like, yeah, because we have 9 of them, and that makes sense. We'd look pretty stupid if humans said that to each other, because they only have 1, so I don't know why they're saying that. Whenever someone says it, I imagine this fake scenario that's not real, but I imagine that I was separated from my twin brother at birth. And we wander through our same lives, him with the same DNA that I have, only way, way better. He's successful. He's like taller somehow. He never had zits, even as an adult. Thank you for that, by the way, Zits. Thanks for never leaving me and always being a part of my life. Someday I'd meet this other guy and I'd be like, I'm Steve, I tell jokes. And he'd be like, I'm Steven, I'm a doctor. And I'm like, oh, aren't you living our best life? That's so great, I'm so proud of you. You'd be married, right? You'd be married and have kids, and they'd be all beautiful and amazing. And not that, I don't mind being single. Being single is fine with me. I just am reminded of it at weird moments. I went skiing, and at the top of the ski hill, there was this double black diamond ski run, and it was called the Widowmaker. And I was like, not for me. No. I don't make any widows, no. I feel like there needs to be a ski run for single people right next to that one. Just be like, the nobody misser. Just... the who's gonna feed his goldfish. Or my favorite would be, it will literally be 3 days before anybody even notices he's gone. That one sounds sad, right? That's sad. It is a legit concern for single people, though. You're like, if I die, no one's gonna know. The only people calling me are robots, and I don't even answer those. It's like, why would I answer that? By the way, this is the part of the show my mom can't pay attention to. Mom, I tell everybody whenever I'm going anywhere. I'm very safe. It wouldn't be 3 days. I'm very safe. That doesn't feel better at all. That felt worse. For some reason, it's like, you're gonna go. But my parents have always been a little bit very concerned for me because, like, when I was a kid, I had low self-esteem as a little kid. I don't know why, but I was very self-conscious, and so they gave me these tapes to listen to at night. They were bad quality subliminal message tapes. Like, you could hear the subliminal messages. going into my subconscious. It's bad subliminal messages. It was ocean sounds, and I would listen to it at night, and it would be like, you're a good kid. Believe in yourself. You can be confident. And don't wet the bed. And I was like, I didn't have a problem until all these ocean sounds at night. Steven, listen to all the ocean sounds. I've done better with self-confidence. I mean, well, my parents, they ended up building my self-confidence in a different way. They didn't anticipate. They warned me about kidnapping. I heard about kidnapping, and it just filtered through this little self-conscious kid's brain, and I just heard, somebody wants me? Get out here! They have candy! They sound awesome! Driving around in cool vans? Come on! Let me have friends! I'm very shy! My parents were like, no. You don't want to be kidnapped. That's not good. We're going to give you a password. Even if mom or dad's friends have to pick you up from school, they have to give you a password. And that made my self-confidence go through the roof. I was walking down the street like, don't look at me. I know you want me. Yeah. My parents warned me about kidnapping. You're not going to get this kid. He is password protected. So excited about my password. And then mom or dad's friends would come and pick me up from school and they'd be like, here, Steve, here's the password. And I'd be like, I forgot the password. And that's where it started. That's where a long life of forgetting passwords started. I don't know. I'm just gonna get in the car anyways. Do you got any candy? My mom said that you'd have candy. When they'd be giving me the password, I'd be like, was the A an ampersands with the circle around it? Was that, and did you say it excited? Because there's an exclamation point at the end. Now my self-consciousness is in very weird areas. Like I'm self-conscious about my windshield wiper speed. I do this joke just to see if anybody else has this issue. Does anybody else here have this issue? Some of you? It's a very bizarre issue, but here's the thing. Windshield wipers, they have like 5 speeds. None of them are useful. Low is the Lord of the Ring trilogy. And you're like, he's got to get rid of that ring. Frodo, get rid of the ring. And then it's like, whoop, 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 whoop. And you're like, oh, I forgot those were on. That's weird that I watch movies in my car. I don't know how I do that. But then 3, 4, and 5 also not useful. They're faster, but not fast enough. And I find myself going, I need to put it on level 5. And level 5 is like, so fast. Your windshield wipers look like they're just gonna go flying off. And it's embarrassing to have it that high. I know when I'm on level 5, I know the other drivers are like, look at this guy on level 5. Thinks he needs a level 5. I'm looking at other windshields like, is this a level 3 or 4? Are we on 3? What are we on, 3 or 4? I can't see, I need level 5. Ah! Call my family! The stupidest thing that I'm embarrassed about with my car is that I bottom out. You know that where you hit the curb or you hit whatever, and it makes that crunch sound just, and it's awful. And everybody, when they hear that sound, they turn and look. And I was going by a park near my house, and I bottomed out, I crunched, and the whole park was like, who's the idiot that doesn't know how to drive? And all my windows are down, and I didn't realize that, and I yelled, don't look at me! It's the worst thing to yell if you don't want people to look at you. You yell, don't look at me! And everyone's like, I have to see this. This has got to be the best thing a human is breaking down. Somebody who doesn't know how to drive is turning the corner. It's so embarrassed. You know, I do have this theory, though. I think it is good to be embarrassed and do things that make yourself feel awkward and kind of out of place and stupid sometimes. And I think that's healthy. I think it's good to do that. That's why I went on a 2-year mission for my church, because it made me feel embarrassed and awkward. And I had a lot of doors slammed in my face, and I think that's healthy. One of my favorite parts of it was even before I left. Before I left, they said, Steve, you get to pick the hymns that the congregation is gonna sing before you leave. It was like a little farewell thing, and I thought, that's cool, that's a big responsibility, and I didn't want to mess it up. So I asked my dad, I was like, what hymn should we sing? And my dad goes, I don't care, just don't sing the pirate hymn. And I was like, wait, what? There's a pirate hymn? What are you talking about? We have a pirate hymn? And I've done some research on the pirate hymn. The pirate hymn, the lyrics are used across many Christian churches, and as far as I know, my church is the only one that uses this particular tune. The tune is also used by a 1950s Disney movie that was about pirates in the ocean. And so I go, Dad, please explain to me, what is the pirate hymn? And he goes, well, it goes, ya-da-da-da-da-da. And I was like, okay, that does sound kind of piratey, but keep going. And he goes, ya-da-da-da-da-da. And that felt so piratey, I was like, whoa. I started to swashbuckle a little bit. I don't know why my pirates are Irish, but they are. It just feels like, I don't know why that's how that goes, but I don't know how to do a pirate accent. It's all Irish. Sorry if you're in Ireland and you're watching this. Ah, you pirates, sir, you over there all red-headed. No, How do you fix that? I know an Irish guy, I don't know how to fix that. I'm part Irish, whatever, who cares? I didn't recognize the song yet, right? I was like, I don't recognize it yet. And I was like, Dad, please sing it. And he's like, ugh. He didn't want to, but he did. And he goes, well, I'm gonna sing it the right way, with the pirate accent. So my dad sings, he goes, okay, this is the song. Who's on the Lord's side, who? Now is the time you show. I was like, oh, that is a pirate hymn. We ask it fearlessly, fearlessly. What is that? Like they're like running the Jolly Roger up, like, are you on the Lord's side, huh? Fly the flag then. We ask it fearlessly. Who's on the Lord's side? And then it doubles down on the pirate theme. It goes yada-da-da-da-da-da, yada-da-da-da-da-da. At that point, sea spray is hitting you in the face. Yada-da-da-da-da. My favorite part. Who's on the Lord's side? Who? Doesn't get more pirate than that, does it? And the whole congregation sings that line. Everybody goes, ooh. You have grandmas next to you going, ooh. Is that how we sing that? And you look up at the top for direction and it goes, sing pirately. You go, oh, there we go. That makes sense. Sing it pirately. You go, are you on the Lord's side? The Lord? The Lord. The Lord? The Lord's side. He's on the starboard side. He's walking on the water. You'll see him. Jesus, take the sails. Like, just... Of course we sang that when I left. I was like, Dad, I'm shoving off. We gotta sing the pirate hymn. I'm so excited. That was really nice of you guys. You clapped. That was super nice of you. I think applause is such an interesting communication method. Like when you do that, oh, that feels good, that's nice. But if like it's a lot of people and they're clapping at a certain speed, that's important. I've noticed that if you have one person just clapping, that's awful. That says, I hope that you die. That's what that says. I like to imagine it positive. Like I'm glasses half full, so I'm like, maybe it's someone going, it's so dang funny. That's what I want to imagine. It's probably the other one, but I like to imagine the other one. But if you have a large group of people clapping at that speed, right? You have a large, that's white people at a concert keeping the beat. They're just going, and the heart of rock and roll is still beating. I believe. I went to a Huey Lewis in the News concert, and I got to see him sing The Heart of Rock and Roll, and right before he sang it, he goes, I did not know when I wrote this song 30 years ago that I would be required to sing it every day for the rest of my life. And he sang The Heart of Rock and Roll, and I got to sit close enough to see Huey Lewis's dead eyes sing that song. And
For some reason, it made me happy. It made me happy. I could feel him being like, "Don't look at me," but I was like, "This is awesome." There's a lot of different things you can do with claps. Like if you see someone in the corner clapping, that's actually just someone trying to figure out syllables. Because you can't figure out syllables without clapping. I don't know why that is. If somebody's like, "How many syllables are in spaghetti?" You're like, "I don't know, like 11." And then you go, "Spaghetti." Oh, see, I thought there'd be more. That's crazy. There's so many T's and I's. It's very confusing. But syllables are tough. I have a friend. She's a doctor. She still doesn't know syllables. Her name is Tina. She doesn't know how many syllables are in her name. We're like, "Your name is 2 syllables, Tina. Tina." And she's like, "It's not Tina. It's Tina." Just Tina. That's. And we're like, "Okay, that's not working for you, Tina. So let's try this. Put your hand under your chin. Every time your chin touches your hand, that's a syllable. So Tina. That's 2. Tina. And she went, "Tina." Just doubled down. I was like, "I guess you have no syllables in your name. I don't know how you did that." She works with lasers. Lasers, I don't understand lasers. Here's what I understand lasers can doing that, lasers. Laser eye surgery, but don't point a laser in your eye or you'll go blind. What? Doesn't make any sense. Makes laser tag very confusing. Like, don't hit me in the eye or I'll go blind. Or you'll correct my vision. It's hard to say. I really don't know. Really don't know. I don't know. I feel like I'm reaching out and doing sort of more alternative medicine in my own life because the health insurance for this job is so good. And then when you reach out to do alternative medicine, all your friends are like, "Try these oils." And you're like, "Oils? Oh, I don't want to. Oh, they're essential? Oh, well, that's different then." Oh. They're essential. I must have been getting them some other way. Otherwise, you're using the word essential wrong. I had something that, like homeopathic medicine wasn't gonna fix. Happened to me recently. My appendix was exploding. I mean, I tried. I was like, lavender, lavender, lavender. Like, you know, I was like... All my friends are like, "I should have been frankincense." Oh, frankincense. I should have known. Baby Jesus loves it. By the way, your appendix explodes. That's weird. Like, why do we have exploding organs? We don't even know why it blows up. It just picks a day. It just loses it. The appendix is just like, "Nobody knows what I'm for." Blows up. And you don't know that it's your appendix that's exploding. You don't have a check appendix light on your body. You just have to figure it out. Go to WebMD, become a sleuth. You look it up, and I was like, "Okay, what's going on? Oh my gosh, my ovaries. My ovaries. I did not know I had those. I've got a lot to work out. It's a really bad day." I didn't think it was my ovaries. I thought it was what I ate. That's typically what people do. They blame it on what they ate, and I had eaten a burrito. And I already have a plan for if I eat a bad burrito. I do a maneuver. I call it the Pancha Villa push-out. It's where you eat a second bigger burrito. Push out the bad burrito. Works every time, right? It works fantastic. I know there's some dude in here who's like, "I've done that. I've done a Pancha Villa push-out." Obviously, if you're gonna do a Pancha Villa push-out, don't be far from your home. Be close to home. Don't be a hero. Have 2 burritos in your stomach. Play it safe. I was way too far from home. It was a 6-hour flight from home. That's how far from home I was. I was in, well, I guess 5 hours. I was in New York City. And I was wandering around New York City, 2 burritos in my stomach, fighting, seeing who's gonna be first at Cinco de Mayo.
I'm sure of it. It's worth it. I had to fly home that night, and my flight was at 7 p.m. It got delayed until 11 p.m. That's what life does to you, right? When things are going bad, life will check in and be like, hey, how's it going? And you'll be like, not good, life, it's bad. It's going really bad, and life will be like, check it out, what if I made it worse? Like, no, make it easier, life. Life's like, I'm gonna make it worse, it'll be funny, you'll see. Got on the plane at 11, didn't get off the plane until 2 a.m. At 2 a.m. I was in so much pain, I was shuffling, getting off the plane just like, oh, I don't feel good. I ate a burrito. And then a second one, oh my, it was a bad idea, I shouldn't have done that. But everybody getting off a plane that's been delayed at 2 a.m., they all shuffle. They're like, oh, I don't feel good. It's a delayed flight. Thank you, JetBlue. Oh, I don't feel good. And you see the other shufflers and you're like, oh, did you have a failed push out too? Follow me, keep it clinched. Here we go. Do not risk it. We're not gonna risk it. I got home. I tried to sleep. I couldn't sleep. I was in too much pain. That was crazy. I can't believe I couldn't sleep because I was in too much pain. I Googled something. I'm embarrassed that I Googled this, but I'm gonna say it. I Googled how to fart. That is what I Googled. That's another filter. That's, so many yoga poses came up, you guys. It was just like, just so many yoga poses. If you've ever been to a yoga class, you'll know that it happens, and the instructor always says the same thing. They go, and if you have gas, just let it be natural. And you're like, can I let it be hilarious? My body just turned into a bass kazoo. I think it's funny. So put me on my floor at 3 a.m. just going, get out, downer dog, let's go, get out. I got bad insurance, you gotta get out, please. Please get out. And then I Googled, where is your appendix? And I went, I should have checked that one first. So I went to the hospital. I gotta say, I did the right thing. If you're going to the hospital, I went out to the interstate, you know, started checking billboards to see who has the shortest ER wait time. What on earth is that? Why is that an ad campaign? Sure, that doesn't mean you have a good ER. It makes me imagine that there's like this charge nurse somewhere that's like, how's room number 1? And they're like, we lost him. And they're like, great! Our billboard's gonna be so low! Saving all this time. So we wandered around for 15 minutes and saved 7 minutes and got right in. They did a scan of my body and they were like, it looks like you ate a little burrito and then a bigger burrito. Why'd you do that? That was a dumb idea. You're not very smart. It's called the punch of your push out. I thought it was a good idea. No, they didn't say that. They were like, it's your appendix is inflamed and it's about to explode, so we gotta do emergency surgery. And I was like, oh, thank heavens. She was like, thank heavens? And I go, I thought it was something else. She goes, what'd you think it was? And I was like, none of your business. I'm not here to talk about that. So they did my appendectomy. They did it laparoscopically. Has anybody ever had an appendectomy? Anybody? Oh, right up front. You guys there? Yeah? Did you have it done laparoscopically? Yeah? Same? You know? Do you have a scar on your right-hand side? Ooh, that's cool. So this is the old way they used to do appendectomies. Your appendix is over here on the right-hand side. Good for you to know so you don't have to eat 2 burritos. They used to cut you open where your appendix is and take it out, and that makes sense to me based on my knowledge of surgery from the game Operation. You want to reach in, don't touch the sides, and get it. And so when they do it laparoscopically, they cut you on the other side, and you find yourself going, guys, it's so much closer if you just went right here. You should go right here. You're gonna touch a bunch of stuff, and my nose is gonna be like, meh, meh, meh. Not good. And they said, don't worry, we're gonna inflate you so nothing will be in the way. And I was like, that wasn't in the game. I don't understand this. So they did that. They inflated me through my belly button, a hole they made in my belly button. When they say they're gonna inflate you through your belly button, it's impossible to not picture the doctor at your belly button with a straw, just... And the surgical tech's like, you gotta pinch it, otherwise the air doesn't go in. There you go, just like a pool toy. There we go. And they get it out. goes well. Did they get it out in time? It didn't explode? Yeah? Was it close? No? Not even close? Ooh, that's interesting. Was yours close? Yours exploded. Oh, I'm glad you're still here. What do they do when it explodes? They just go, sorry. Another hole and they drained you. Gross, like a can of tuna. I think it's cool that they didn't give you a hard time. They were like, when they took it out, were they like, we didn't even need to do that. It was fine. Here's the bill, $10,000. Did you get billed? Do you get billed if it doesn't explode? Oh, okay, so it doesn't even matter. Welcome to the United States of America. Doesn't even matter. That's great.
Surgery is so ridiculously expensive. Everything, and if you want to have a baby, so expensive.
Hey, it's break time.
My friends were having a baby recently, and they were worried about the cost, but they were also worried about motivation. So they came to my house and they said,
I'm watching on low quality due to data reasons. Okay. Are you drawing right now? No, I'm drawing.
Pump up music,
not drawing. I'm
like
editing a
soft,
video.
Soothing music? Like what do you want? Like I couldn't imagine the
We're
pump
like
up music
halfway
that you play, like some
through
heavy metal, just like
editing.
let the babies hit the floor. Let the babies hit the floor. Let the babies. You're like, oh, that's not the right song.
I'm editing a video right now. Oh wait, let me put
You
this
don't know
on
how long
pause.
labor's gonna take.
Oh. That's what I'm doing right now. And now we turn on the mic for break time. And my hash browns were almost done. I got some hash browns from Aldi. And I'm so happy. They give you a grip of hash browns. That's a lot. Hopefully we have ketchup. And we'll be a sad black girl. We should have ketchup. I'm hoping there's ketchup. But that's okay. Because if there's no ketchup, then I have to put cheese on it. Which is not too bad. That's not too bad. Anyway. Anyway, I'm just jamming to the synth wave. But oh my goodness, it's been pretty chill today, so I'm really happy because tomorrow is work, so early in the morning. But these past 2 days I've been able to sleep in, so I'm just like slay all day. Slay all day. Thank you. What you call? Let's do something. Let's see. Okay. Community. That was 2 years ago. That's crazy. Oh, fair. Hold on. I'm trying to look for add new. Give me 1 second. I gotta find this. Alright. There we go. We got a new VIP, but they are, what is it? Lurking. So they might not know until they check it. That's cray cray. Well, that person's not there anymore. So. Okay. I'm gonna check on my hash browns.
Right? It could be a long process. And so it's like, you know what? You guys don't need a playlist. You need a DJ. Right? Don't you think that would be fantastic? Just like a DJ doula? Just someone in there just like, who's ready to have a baby today? Burr, 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 burr. Get you all pumped up, you know? Just be like, throw your legs in the air! Wave them like you just don't care! Wave your legs in a way like you don't have a big copay! You know, just like get you pumped, get you ready for that surgery. It'd be like one of those songs where you don't know when the beat is gonna drop, you know? You're like, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, when's the baby gonna be born? And you're like, oh, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, oh, not yet, oh, okay, let me hear you breathe! Get you going, and you'd be like, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, it's gonna be this time, da-da-da-da, no, uh-oh, breech birth, okay, turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit mixed up, but I gotta go head first and turn around. So that this baby could be born again. And they'd be like, remix, it's twins! Baby, baby, but baby, baby. Thank you guys so much, you've been fantastic.
Local man robs Wendy's with alligator. We're the alligator boys now.
And the baby be sitting in the back, she be going, Mom, Mom, Mom.
I actually used to do voiceovers for animated cartoons. Let me give you a sampling. Say, thanks for the sour persimmon butter. Hey, Fred. Like, wow, Scoob. Yeah. But no, Jetson, you're fired. Exit stage left. Right, even though I diddly-dee. I was an only child. So right now I'd like to come out of my shell a little bit, and I'd like to act out a movie. Now this will be 2.5 hours long, so some of you are still taking this seriously. That's not gonna work out. Our kids are in the car. This is one of my favorite movies. Here we go. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
Join me, Luke.
I know it's not a tough car, because I've hit many animals with it. And they are all okay. I know you're confused that they introduced the Jose. And I look like this.
I do this reverse psychology thing. So now when I'm in a plane and it gets choppy, in my head I go, yeah, take it down. Let's do it. Let's put it in the ground. Let's see what you got. And then when it doesn't crash, I go, that's what I thought. I'm new to Utah as a whole. I've never been out here. It's nice. It's very white. You guys, everyone else is trying to do this diversity thing. You guys are like, nope, none of that. Well, you keep it pretty white here. It's a nice change of pace from everybody else. I like that. You guys march to your own drum. I dig that very much. This might be where white people come from, Provo, for all I know. Is there like a crevice up in the mountain just shoots out white people? You come out, they just hand you like a Subaru and a rescue dog, and you go live your life. You're like, I'm ready. So ready. Very nice to be here. Like they said, I'm from San Diego. That's where I call home. San Diego, California. Yeah, I like it there. Have you been there? But you grew up there. All right, nice. I don't know when the last time you were back there, but we have, at our beaches, we have tsunami evacuation route signs. They're signs that tell people which way to run in case there's a tsunami. All it is a sign about this big. It's 2 feet by 2 feet. It's blue, and it says, tsunami evacuation route. And it's just an arrow that points inland. That's it. That's the entire sign. That is our tax dollars going to work in San Diego. I don't know who that sign's for. Who's that for? I know we get a lot of tourists in San Diego, but if you're a human being with natural human-like fears, and you see something big, wet, and mean coming this way, and you don't know that you should probably turn around and start hauling it the other way, then you know what? We as a society, we don't need you. We don't need that person. That was a good deal all around. We don't need that guy voting or filling out the census. No, this is perfect. I just can't imagine that person standing in the sand looking at the water, seeing this big wall of water, just going, oh. I am befuddled. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna stand in a doorway. You better stop, drop, and roll, honey. We're gonna get through this. Oh, thank you. This is very sweet. I flew out here on United, because they're giving those tickets away. That guy's a hero. We need to put him on a stamp. Everyone's summer vacation's a little bit cheaper. Thanks to him. Oh, there you go. I flew with last time, before this, I flew to Boise. I flew with a buddy of mine. I don't know if you've ever flown with someone like this. We were flying from San Diego to Boise, and before the plane took off, he crossed himself up. You know, he gave him the Father, the Son, the Ghost of Christmas Past. He hit all the corners. But we had a connection in Oakland. We had to get on another plane in Oakland, and as we're taking off, he hits it again. And I looked at him, and I go, that doesn't transfer from the first one? You gotta hit it every time? Like, if I was doing it, I would do one big one in the morning. I'd be like, hey, for everything. For whatever may come up. And he goes, no, you gotta do it every time. I'm like, all right, cool, then do it. I'm like, when you're doing it, are you praying for everybody? And he goes, of course. I'm like, you better be. Because that'd be weird, wouldn't it? This plane goes down, everyone's dead and on fire in a cornfield, except for you just sitting there, just... Oh, I should have prayed for everybody. I have made a giant mistake. There's gonna be a lot of questions when the authorities arrive. I'm still scared of turbulence when I fly. I fly all the time, but I've never gotten used to that. I'm still the guy just going, ee! Like I'm that guy. Terrified. I hate it when I sit next to someone that won't acknowledge the turbulence. I was on this one flight, I had the window seat. The guy in the middle, he was reading a book, but it was too turbulent to be reading. But he wouldn't let it go. He's just sitting there like this, just... And I'm over here terrified. And there was one of those big drops, you know, every once in a while there's a big drop, and his book went down, and he just popped it back up, and went right back to reading. And I was like, will you please acknowledge that our butts just dropped 1,000 feet? Just give me a wink and a nod, like, yes, this is terrifying. Just something. I do this, you can try this too, I've done this to cope with being afraid of the turbulence. I do this reverse psychology thing. So now when I'm in a plane and it gets choppy, in my head I go, yeah, take it down. Let's do it, let's put it in the ground, let's see what you got. And then when it doesn't crash, I go, that's what I thought. That way I felt like I was in charge. I got that plane in the air. Oh, it's so friendly. I love it. So I like traveling though, you get to meet different people, it's nice. Like here, everyone's nice, they put me in a very nice hotel. I'm not used to that. I was like, look at all these towels. What am I supposed to do with all of them? I was in Seattle recently, and I didn't have a hotel booked. I waited till the last minute. I got a hot wire thing, like, you know, you can get a good deal last minute. I got a room for $40, and I found that is too cheap. Everything should be more than $40. Every room anywhere. Your own mother should charge you more than $40 to crash on the couch for a night. It was such a bad situation. I went in, and this is how I was welcomed to the hotel. The lady behind the counter was yelling at somebody to get out. She was like, no, you paid with cash. I don't have a card on file. Either you bring us more cash or get out. And I was like, oh, this is gonna be fun. This So I'm just standing there with my credit card and driver's license waiting for my turn, and as I'm waiting, a lady walks in. She brought 2 kids, and she's like, "Can I get a job application? I'd like to clean the rooms." And I'm like, "What?" So now I got a tear coming down. And to add a trifecta to this situation, there was an elderly man in a wheelchair. He was missing a leg, and he's just aimlessly doing donuts in the lobby. Just not really going anywhere, just kind of doing donuts. And I'm standing there looking at all this, and I'm like, no way, there's no way. She's over there yelling, "Get out!" She's over here, "Can I get an application?" This poor old man, sans leg, just doing donuts. And I'm like, there's no way, this hotel has Wi-Fi. There's no way. I don't see how this adds up to me enjoying Netflix in 5 minutes. Sure enough, I was correct. I was right. They did not have good Wi-Fi out there. It's so fun. But that's why I like traveling. You get to meet different people. That's why I like it. I was in Portland, Oregon. Anyone here from Portland? You guys are from Portland? Nice. I like it. Their whole motto is they keep it weird over there. Right? And they're doing a good job. They're doing a good job. Go check it out. Everyone's pulling their weight in that town. Making it weird. I did that show in Seattle, and then I took the train down to Portland. And when I got to the train station, I came across a young lady who I hope was on drugs. You ever meet anyone like that? Where you just go, "Ooh, I hope that's not permanent. I hope that was a decision. I hope you decided for that to happen. I hope you're having a great time. Well, the rest of us are mortified for you." This is what she was doing. She was lined up against the street sign, just doing this right here, just going, "Ah." And I'm like, which drug is that one? I've never seen this before. I'm trying to walk by while she's doing that. She sees me, and she yelled at me. She yelled at me. She goes, "You look like Jesus." And I said, "Thank you," and I kept walking, because you don't slow down for that. You don't keep that conversation going. You cut that off right there. You go, "Thank you. You just reminded me I don't walk fast enough." I appreciate it. So I'm trying to walk off. She yelled at me again. She goes, "Throw me a blessing, Jesus." I was like, oh. Well, I can't let my children down. I gotta throw this girl a blessing. What if this is a big day for her? What if this is where she turns her life around? Because she got to meet who she thinks is Jesus at the Portland train station. I can't leave her hanging. This could be a monumental day in this woman's life. I have to throw her a blessing. Here's the problem, though. I've never seen a blessing thrown. I've never seen it go down. Is it underhand? I've never seen it happen. So I had to think quick. I had to think on my feet. This is what I came up with. I just turned and pointed at her and went, "You got it." That's how I threw my first blessing. How you do it? Perfect. I love it. That's why I enjoy it so much. It's very nice. I like traveling because it brings excitement to my life, because otherwise I'm a pretty boring person. I don't do much. I go to Costco. I hang out at Costco. Any other Costco people out there? Right? I never went as a kid because I grew up in a small family of 3, and you don't go when there's only 3 of you. You'll never be able to finish all that ketchup. It's impossible. It's not for your small family. But my wife, she grew up always going to Costco, and she loves it, so she's the one that got me into going to Costco. And it's a weird place to go with adult eyes, having never been there as a child. It's weird, because they give you guys samples of food that everyone already knows the taste of, and people still line up like, what? Is that mac and cheese? Are you handing out tiny thimbles of macaroni and cheese? Oh, yes. Get up there, get your rations. They give you some little stick to eat it with, like, Every once in a while, someone asks the lady in the hairnet stupid questions. Did you add butter to that? Did you add butter? Is that why it's so creamy and delicious? Did you add some butter? A little bit of butter? Did you add some? No? That's just regular Kraft macaroni and cheese? Oh, my. What? What? Can I get another sample? No? All right, easy, easy. We're backing away. I guess we'll just get a crate of it. They bring in a forklift and bring it down. It's the weirdest. It's the weirdest place. It's the only place where they give you a sample this big, and you're like, can we eat this forever? Can you make that happen? I'm like, oh yes, we sell it by the crate. Nothing else works that way. Nothing else works that way. You get a sample this big and you buy a pallet of it. Nothing else works that way. Imagine if other things did work that way, though. Imagine if, I don't know, that's how everyone got to pick their significant others. You got a picture of this big, and you're like, oh, yeah, that's the one. Are you sure? Uh-huh. Yeah, that's the one. And then they just show up, just whop, and you're like, whoa. Did you add butter to that? Quite a bit of butter. You guys are awesome. Very friendly. I really am a boring person when I'm home. I just hang out at the house. I hang out with my cat. I got a cat named Jessica. Thank you. I'm a cat person. Are there any other cat people out there? Yeah? Got some cat people here? Nice. I'm guessing the rest of you are dog people. Is that what it is? Yeah. I'm not anti-dog. Yeah. Every time I tell someone I'm a cat person, like, what does that mean? You don't like dogs? No, that's not what that means. It just means I like other people's dogs. I like dogs, I just like them over there. And I'll play with them, but then go back over there. I don't like that kind of energy in my house. You know what I mean? That annoying dog, best friend in your face all the time energy. Just like, yeah! I love you. You're home. Where have you been? It creeps me out. I don't care for that. I don't like that at all. Just in your face, like, you want to go out? There's a tree. I know this tree. You want to hang out at this tree? What if I just keep breathing into your face? Ugh. All the time? No, thank you. That's why I like cats. Cats are more like, hey, what are you up to? Never mind, I just remembered I don't care. I'll be in the kitchen. I'll see you later. I like that. I don't need a best friend at the house. I just need, like, an apathetic roommate that sometimes wants to hang out. Like a dog, you can pet a dog's belly all day. They'll never get tired of it, just all day. Just like, yeah, man, never stop. You're the best. Hopefully not that creepy, but you get the idea. A cat you can pet for what, 2, maybe 3 seconds? And so it's like, all right, get away from me. I have my own things going on. I got a pile of clean laundry to lay on. Get away from me. That's what my cat does. It waits for the pile of clean laundry we haven't folded yet and just rubs on it while making eye contact. Just like, everyone's gonna know. So bothersome. My wife, she has a new hobby. She's really into special needs animals. I don't know if that's made its way out here in Provo. If you don't know what special needs animals are, they're animals. They have special needs. That is all. There's this one, Oscar the Blind Cat. It was a cat that was born without any eyes, and they have a like page on Facebook, and my wife goes on there every day and cries. And that's what she does for fun. That's what she does for a good time. And it's weird, because I come home and she's just on the computer like, and, you know, me being a guy, I always think it's something I did. And then she goes, no, and then she turns the computer and it's Oscar the Blind Cat. And you're like, look at Oscar, and he's adorable, he has no eyes, just, and I'm like, oh. And then she goes, I want a special needs animal. I want one. I'm like, you don't ask for one, you get bestowed one. Because I don't know, what do you can't just go to the pound and be like, hey, what do you have in the back? Like, that's not how that works. I need like a 3-legged dog or a cat with something. What do you have? You can't do that. That's why, you know, we got Jessica at the pound. That's where we got Jessica. And we didn't name her Jessica. They named her at the pound. And people always ask, like, why don't you change your name? Because that's wrong. You don't change someone's name. That's rude. Like, if you adopt a kid from another country, you can't just be like, yep, can't pronounce that. Your name's Jeff now. That's rude. You learn that person's name. So I got a cat named Jessica. Very much your fan. Jessica's overweight. She weighs more than she should for a cat, which sucks, because when people come over, no one blames the cat in that scenario. You know what I mean? No one comes over and goes, what happened here, sweetheart? A little heavy on the carbs? No, they look at you and they go, what'd you do to her? And that's not fair, because I try. We have the laser pointer. I got the stick with the feather. I'm always running around my house. Come on, sweetheart, let's get the cardio going. But she's not that into it. My wife and I, we bought diet formula kibble. They make diet formula kibble, and they have rules. Just 1 cup per day, because you're on a diet, Jessica. We tried, but then at 2 in the morning, Jessica would come into our bedroom at night, climb onto our bed, and then stand on my head. 22 and a half pounds of her, you guys, on my skull. And she would come down into my ear and just go, meh, meh. And I'm like, yeah, you're right, this diet is over. I had no idea that's how you felt about it. I apologize. I'm getting up right now and cooking you some bacon. Let's get after it. I don't have any children, but if I'm out in public and I see a parent of an overweight child, I make eye contact and I go, I get it. Does that little fella stand on your head at night and scream in your ear? I get it. Give him what he wants. We need our sleep. My wife and I, we sleep on a memory foam mattress. That's what we sleep on. Anyone else here rocking the memory foam mattress? It's the best mattress in the world. It's the most comfortable, is it not? It's the best. That mattress is made for sleeping and sleeping only. Don't do anything else on that mattress. It was not created for that. That is not why scientists came together. It's made for resting comfortably, and that is it. I know, because we tried, and it sucks every time. It's like trying to wrestle in quicksand. It is the worst. You just start sinking in slowly. Stay calm. Just try to get your leg out. Just breathe, keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes on the horizon. Try to get your leg out. Get your leg out. I'm gonna get some help. Jessica, we need some help. She can't help. She just stands on our backs and pushes us in further. So silly. That's a high-dollar mattress, that memory foam mattress. I don't make high-dollar mattress money. This is how we got that mattress. My mother-in-law lives in Palm Springs, California, and an old guy died out there. We got his memory foam mattresses. It was a circle of life on mattresses. Don't worry, it wasn't creepy. Like, he bought it, never had time to set it up, and then he passed away. So it's not like I'm sleeping in someone else's memories. It's like, oh, he never got to go to France. Like, it's not like that, so it wasn't that bad. I turned 30 last month, which I'm excited about. I'm in the 30 club. Thank you. Thank you, it's very nice. I don't know when you start feeling like an adult. I don't know when that starts kicking in, because I definitely don't. I was at the grocery store. I was picking out some jam, some preserves for my toast in the morning. I like to put jam on there. And I was picking one out, and the jar was slippery, and it slipped through my hand and smashed on the floor. And as soon as it happened, my first thought was, run! We gotta get out of here! They're gonna know it was you! And that's not an adult. An adult stands there and calls the manager over, goes, excuse me. And then they bring a teenager over with a mop, and you stand there while you watch them clean it, and you go, yes, that is how this works. I'm gonna need a free jar for my troubles. That's how an adult handles it with me. I'm running through the aisle. I don't even like jam. That's what I'm yelling to try to throw him off my scent. It wasn't me. 30 is not old, but I have like an old soul. Like inside, I'm like an older gentleman. I know that because I was watching TV and the Sunsetter retractable awning commercial came on. And after the commercial, I was like, maybe. Maybe it's time for the Sunsetter. That commercial's been on for 30 years. I've never cared about it, ever. And then now I'm like, they make some solid points. There's shade. I like to crank things. This is all in my wheelhouse. I love it. They haven't even changed the commercial. It's still the same couple going outside with lemonade, and then the sun hits them. They're like, oh no! And the voiceover comes on, like, you should get a Sunsetter retractable awning. It'll keep your deck and patio 20 degrees cooler. That's their whole selling point, explaining how shade works. And that's the entire commercial. So bizarre, but I'm in. I want it. I want it. I did another adult thing. I got a Keurig at home. I make coffee at home, which I feel like that's a step into adulthood. Because I don't like coffee shops. That's for young people. That's for the youngins. They're like, ooh, I want to go to a coffee shop. I might meet somebody. Who knows what might happen? But I like to make my coffee at home because I don't want to go to a coffee shop. Because like, ugh, I might meet somebody. Who knows what might happen? I totally have the reverse. I don't need to be talking to anyone until I'm awake to do so. I can handle you now. Let's do this. So bizarre. My wife, we've been married for a couple years. It's very nice. I like being married. I wouldn't want to be single. It looks awful out there. I don't know how you do it. Everyone just has to smile a lot. I like being married because I get to be honest. We know each other, you know? We know each other, but when you're single, you always have to be on your best behavior because you don't know who's coming around the corner. It could be your soulmate. Just coming around the corner. You can't be all down in the dumps. You gotta be like, hi! And I don't like that. I just like to be myself. So I enjoy being married. I cried at my wedding. I don't know if that's a shocker for the Catman. It wasn't my fault that I cried. I'm not gonna blame me. I'm gonna blame my wife, because that's the easy thing to do. I'm gonna say it was her fault, because the day before we're doing the walkthroughs, you know, the rehearsals and stuff, and while we're standing up at the altar, and she turns to me and she goes, hey, take this seriously tomorrow. And I go, yeah? Okay, yeah. She's like, no, really, I don't want you hamming it up thinking you're at one of your comedy shows. This is serious. There's 15 grand on the line. Don't mess this up. Who are you? But I didn't want to mess it up for my wife, so the next day I'm standing there, I'm very serious. I'm like, okay, here we go, here we go. And then, like, at that moment, I realized that everyone that was important in my life was sitting there, all dressed up for this big day. They came, and then my wife starts walking down the aisle, and she's gorgeous, and her father's walking her down the aisle, and he looks the way he does. There's a guy off to the side playing acoustic guitar as they're coming down, and he's not playing, like, Metallica riffs or something hard. He's playing, like, butterfly kissy coffee shop music. And all of that tornadoed into a thing, and at that moment I realized I've been using comedy to hide my emotions my entire life. What an awful time to find that out. And I just started crying. Not a little bit, not like a respectable one tear, oh, he has a heart. Like ugly, like a, like everything came out. Everything I never cried about before came out. There's a parakeet that died in middle school that I never fully mourned. I was like, Squawker, no! Like everything came out. Thankfully, one of my my groomsmen called me a wuss during the ceremony. Just very quickly went, wuss! And I'm like, oh, he like zapped me out of it. And I was like, thank you, that is why you guys are here. I need to be a man right now and marry my wife. Stop crying like we're out of ice cream or something. I like being married. My wife, she hinted that, she's been hinting that she wants to have children. Because she said, hey, I want to have kids. You know, she's beating around the bush. And I go, oh, that's a bummer. Like, I'm interested in the endeavor, kind of. The reason I don't want kids, I'm gonna blame you parents. You're not really selling me on it. I see you out there. You're not really selling me on that purchase. You know what I do want? I want to buy a jet ski. You know why? Because I've seen other people with jet skis, and they look like they're having an awesome time all the time. They're always shirtless on the water. Woo! Yeah! And I'm like, I want in on that. You know what I've never seen? Just parents hanging out with their kids, just going, yeah! These are the guys, man. Get yourself some of these. Maybe if I saw that a few times, I'd be like, we gotta look into this kid thing. Because it looks to be a ball. So silly. All my friends have kids, and they're really good parents, so I see what it takes to be a good parent. And
Sorry,
I go,
it doesn't.
I don't have that. Because if you're a good parent, you gotta be a good parent every day of the week. You can't take Sundays off, because then your kid won't be good. Yeah, it's a 7-day-a-week job. You just can't come out of your bedroom on a Sunday and go, not today. Because then you won't have a good kid. It's 7 days a week. You always have to be there, always down there. What do we say? What do we say? That man just gave you something. What do we say to that man that just gave you that? We're saying thank you. We're saying thank. We're saying thank. 1 second, sir. We're saying thank you. Open your eyes, Jeremy. We're saying thank you. 1 second, please. We're saying, uncross your arms, mister. We're saying thank you. We're saying it. We're saying thank. Look at me. We're saying thank. It takes a village, please, sir. We're saying. I don't have that much time. It's a lot of effort. Like, I want kids, but I want one of the good ones. You ever seen one of the not good ones? You're like, oh, that's someone's kid. Like, for every, like, star high school quarterback, there's another one. You're like, yeah, that one's mine. Oh, one of the good ones. I don't know if you can choose, or you just kind of, you know, you figure it out along the way. I don't know how it works. I have a younger brother. We're 13 years apart. Just kind of have like a father-son dynamic going on a little bit. Because it's 13 years. It's quite the difference. Like when he was 9, I coached his youth soccer team, which was kind of weird. Because I wasn't trying to be a coach. I was just trying to drop him off for first day of practice. And they're like, well, you're in luck. We don't have enough coaches. And I was like, what? What does that have to do with me? It was very easy to become a coach. Like, I didn't like how easy it was. They're like, you're in. I'm like, you don't want to Google me? Like, make sure I'm not like a red dot on your laptop screen first? Like, no, here's a ball. There's some kids. Have fun at the park. And I'm like, wow, there should be more to this than that. And I told them, I'm like, I don't even know anything about soccer. And they're like, don't worry. Here's a little 20-page pamphlet. Everything you need to know about coaching youth soccer. You know what was not in the pamphlet? What to do in case one of the kids craps their pants. And it happened. And I'm flipping through the booklet like nothing, not even a suggestion. And I don't know what to do. I got a bunch of 9-year-olds jumping around going, Jeremy crapped his pants! And I'm over there like, I don't know, don't pass it to him. I don't know what to tell you. Take it easy on the high fives. I don't know what to tell you. We're gonna go hose him down. It's gonna be a team effort. This is gonna be nice. Let's all get together. That wasn't in the pamphlet. What'd you want me to do? I had to wing it. I wasn't a good coach. I didn't know any of the rules. All their games are on Saturday mornings at 7 a.m. I was like, really? These kids don't play in prime time ever? There's no Monday night soccer? Like, it's too early for me to coach. We actually had a good team. We went all the way to the championship game. We didn't win, but we got all the way there. It had nothing to do with my non-coaching. We had 2 Mexican kids that were unbelievable. They really were. My only job as a coach was to make sure the 8 other unathletic white kids got out of the way of Miguel and Jose. That was my only job. That was my only job. I was like, hey, do you guys want to win? All right, well, when you see these 2 coming down the middle, you park like the Red Sea, and you let them work their magic, okay? Those kids are playing for contracts, and you guys are playing because your parents don't want to watch you 2 days out of the week, so let's try to win something. I like it. Well, we'll have kids one day. I'm trying to be an adult. I have been doing adult things, like last November I voted. That was really cool. I did that. I'd never done that before. which is cool. Thank you. You don't need to clap. All right, that's fine. I know it's not that impressive. I went in and went, "Bleh." That's how I vote, and then they gave me a sticker, and I went, I got a sticker. And that was the whole voting process. I even watched all the debates, which I had never, it was my first season. I had never watched the debates before. I hadn't watched the previous seasons. It was my first season. I picked a weird season to jump in on. I was like, this is what I've been missing? This is crazy. It was a weird one. But I'm glad that I watched, because like, I'll be honest with you guys, it's good to pay attention, because in 2012, I didn't vote for Mitt Romney. Not because I knew any of his politics, but only because he had jet black hair with gray on the sides. And I grew up in the 90s, and that's every villain in every cartoon I grew up watching. And I'm like, I can't vote for that guy. He's gonna poison the drinking water and try to kill the Ninja Turtles. I can't have that on my watch. So I watched all the debates. Those debates were so funny. The moderator, I always felt bad for the moderator because everyone kept going over their time. And he kept going, your time is up, your time is up, your time is up. He said it so many times that to a point I was like, I think he might be talking to the country. Like, he's not talking to the candidates. That's a message for us. Hey, your time is up. Head for the hills. Get those canned goods in the four-wheel drive. We're done here. It was so odd. We voted. My voting situation was weird because I voted at my neighbor's house. I don't know if that happened to anyone else. That was my polling place. It was my neighbor's house, which kind of took the shine off the proceedings a little bit. My wife and I, we just walked out of our house. We walked around the block, and my neighbor set it up in his garage. That did not feel official. Like, that is not how you pick the next king. This feels wrong. I went in there, I put my Starbucks on a stack of, like, empty paint buckets. He gave me a Scantron with a Sharpie. I went to a booth that was snapped together with cardboard. I just remember looking at my wife going, I don't think they're counting these. Call me crazy. We're in a garage right now. So bizarre. I didn't just vote for president. I voted on all the propositions. I read most of them. It's a lot of reading. I went in with good intentions. The first third, I read every line. I was like, informed decision. The next third, I started skimming. There was some skimming that started happening. And that last third, I was just like, yes, yes, no, no. Is there a C? I remember in high school there was a C if I didn't know. I still thought I did a fine job until we were walking home. My wife was like, hey, what'd you put for the death penalty? And I was like, ooh, that was on there? They should have put that higher up. We messed up in San Diego. Question 1 was like, hey, do you want the Chargers to get a new stadium? Number 85, how do you feel about killing people? Maybe a little bit. You have to be careful with the propositions because sometimes you vote stuff in, but it doesn't take action for a couple years. Like, we voted to ban plastic bags in Southern California, maybe all of it, I don't know. But now it kicked in, and it's weird now at the grocery store. It's weird out there because they don't have plastic bags anymore. And they sell them for 10 cents, and that's what they sell them for now. And I don't know who these people are yelling at the cashiers, but they're so timid. When you walk up, and they go, did you bring your bag? Did you bring your bag? Did you bring it? Did you bring your bag? And I go, no, I didn't. That's you guys. I bring money. You have food in bags. That's how it's been this way for centuries. And then she goes, it's gonna be 10 cents for a bag. It's gonna be 10 cents. And I go, okay. I had no idea I was filthy rich, apparently, because that's not an issue. Like, who are these people just yelling? Oh, really? Well, then just put it back, then. I'm taking my business elsewhere. 10 cents isn't slowing me down. But I guess since people have an issue with it, next time I'm at the grocery store, I'm gonna throw $1 down, and I'm gonna go, hey, bags for everybody. That's gonna be the new Making It Rain. He just came in and threw $1 down and made a tornado motion with his hand. Said bags for you. He was like the Oprah of bags. You get a bag. You get a bag. Everybody gets a bag. We carried him out like Rudy. He was our champion. So much silliness. It's weird. I don't care who you voted for. I'm gonna tell my story anyway. I didn't vote for Trump, and one of my best friends did, and we were talking about it. Not yelling, just talking like people, which is weird nowadays. And he asked me, he goes, what are you so scared of? That's what he asked me. He asked me, what are you so scared of? And I was like, oh, that's a weird thing to just narrow down. But I guess the biggest thing that scares me is that historically, nothing good has ever happened in this country when the rednecks are happy. That's the part that scares me. And I'm not saying that can't change in the next 4 to 8 years. I'm just saying historically, that's never been the case. Historically, anytime a large group of people go, woohoo! That's followed by centuries of the rest of us going, we are so sorry. If people are out of line, I apologize. I like it now. It's been a few months so people are more friendly about it, but it got weird there after a while. I blame the internet for that. I blame the internet. Because you argue with people you've never met before, you know? Facebook has taken things away. You can't have acquaintances anymore. Remember acquaintances? They're people you kind of knew. Hey, his name's Dave. Works at the hardware store. We talk about sports. And that's all you knew about Dave. And you like Dave that way. But now you gotta be Dave's friend on Facebook, and you're like, whew. Dave is in the Ku Klux Klan. I had no idea. I thought he just liked the Chargers, but no, there was more. There's a lot more. You guys are fun. I have been doing more manly stuff. I know the kids are next on the docket, but I fixed the toilet at my house, which I'm really proud of. Thank you. Listen, I grew up without a dad, and I've rented my entire life. That means I don't fix anything. You don't fix things when you rent. That's against the rules of renting. You work around the problem until the lease is up, and then you go rent a new place with a work and whatever that is. That's how renting works. The first place I ever rented out of high school, my buddy Dane and I got an apartment, and the sliding glass door came off the tracks. So we're just like, oh, that's just a big window now. That's what that is. That is no longer an enter-exit situation. That is just a big dumb window. That's what that is. My wife didn't grow up around that, so I came home from being on the road, and she goes, hey, baby, the toilet's hissing. And I'm like, it's hissing? She goes, yeah, it's hissing. And I was like, oh, well, we got 3 more months. And then I'll find you a place without a hissing toilet. She goes, you gotta go fix it. And I go, why me? Why do I have to go? Neither of us know how to fix anything. Why do I gotta go in there? Why don't we both go in there with that Stanley tool set that your mom got us for Christmas that we don't know how to work? That'd be the fair decision of that. Why do I have to go in there? But I lost the argument, so I had to go in there. And just so you know, it wasn't a bowl issue, because any idiot with forearms can fix a bowl issue. I was working in the tank. That's the motherboard of the toilet, you guys. People make a living off of working in the tank. They go to community college, get a certificate that says they can mess around in the tank. You don't just go in there all willy-nilly. I went in there, I flipped that lid open. How archaic is that in there? Has there never been a remodel on the toilet tank? Just one design in the 1800s? They're like, yeah, we're good forever. Let's move on. How about another gander at this? Looks like an erector set in there. Reminded me of that board game from the 90s, Mousetrap. You guys remember Mousetrap? That's what's in there. You hit the lever, a marble comes down, a Jolly Green Giant flies over. I didn't know how it worked. I'm just staring into the tank dumbfounded, and the worst part is I can see my own reflection in the bottom of the tank, my own stupid face staring back at me. And I was hoping for like a Disney moment, like in The Lion King, like maybe the water will ripple. And there's my dad staring back at me, like, adjust the float, son. And I'd be like, oh, thanks, Dad. And then he ripples away. Yeah, that did not happen. I had to go on YouTube. I had to watch a YouTube video someone else's dad made so I could fix my toilet. You guys are fun. Don't feel bad that I grew up without a dad. I had one of those super moms. She taught me everything I needed to know. She actually taught me how to shave. My mom did, which is kind of weird. But I did have the smoothest legs in the 8th grade, so that was tough to beat. I don't remember it ever being weird growing up without a dad. The only times it was ever weird is when I would spend the night at people's houses that had a dad. I'd be in there like, who's this guy? Why is he walking around all arrogant? What's he own this place? I don't like this guy's bravado. What's his whole deal? And then he'd leave for work, and my friends would be like, bye, Dad. And I'd be like, dude, he ain't coming back. It's also one of my favorite jokes. Thanks for going along with it. I grew up poor. Anyone here grow up poor? Or has everyone just got money? Is that how it works? Whatever. I grew up in a single-wide mobile home, which I didn't. My mom never told us we were poor. I found out at school. Because, like, in 1st grade, one of the assignments was draw your house. And my drawing was different, all right? Everyone else had, like, a pointy roof and a garage, and mine was just... it was just like a rectangle. And I threw some grass in there. And the teacher thought I was being lazy. She's like, you're not taking this assignment seriously. And I'm like, we don't really have a lawn. I just threw that in there. I took some artistic license. Because I was done way too early. It's nice. My wife's family's rich. They're loaded. My wife has an aunt that she's a multimillionaire. She bought a mansion in San Diego that she's not even gonna live in for 5 to 10 years. She just bought this mansion for later. For another time. Not now. That's hard to relate to, okay? I can kind of relate to it a little bit, because sometimes I go to Subway, and I get a foot-long sandwich, and I eat half, right? Just half. And then I save the other half for later. For another time. Not now. That is a for later sandwich. You guys are fun. My wife and I, we live in a one-bedroom cottage, and we've been living there for 2 years. But when we first moved in, like the second week we were there, middle of the night, it's like 2 in the morning, there's a noise in the kitchen. I don't know what it was. There arose such a clatter in the kitchen. Something went down in the kitchen. And my wife elbowed me in the ribs, and she goes, baby, there was a noise. And you know what you have to do as a man. You have to get up. And you have to, possibly get murdered. That's what you have to do. Because you're in love. It's a stupid rule. I don't know who made that rule. It's a dumb rule. I don't know why we both can't lay in bed and call the cops. That sounds safer. Put it on speakerphone. Teamwork. All right, 1, 2, 3. Help! There's a noise. We don't know what it is. But I didn't do that. I got up. 2 in the morning, I got up. I wear contact lenses. Those aren't in, so I can't see. And I'm just like, I got it, baby. And I walk around the bed. And I get to the doorway of our bedroom, and I just go, that was the noise. You ever wish you could have a redo in life? I'd love to have that one back. Maybe something a little more guttural, like, hello, welcome to Hell House. Like something good. But that's what I learned about me. You wake me up at 2 in the morning, I'm very friendly for some reason. Hello? There's a private residence. It ended up being nothing, by the way. My cat made the noise. Jessica was being a cat and made noise. But I told that story to a friend of mine the next day, and he goes, you should get a gun. And I go, yeah, that would have made that a lot better. Just over there. Hello? Who there? Hey, you guys have been lovely. I've been Zoltan Kansas. Thank you very much, everybody.
And one of those De Beers diamond commercials came on, and it used to end with, "A diamond is forever." And the girl I was dating looked over at me and she was like, you know, a diamond is forever. I was like, I know. So is styrofoam, actually. I haven't talked to my wife in about 8 hours, actually, which is, at this point, a little bit longer than I like to leave her alone with her thoughts. Because we're still starting out, so my plan is basically just every morning I wake up and convince her once again this is a really good idea. And we can't return our wedding gifts, so hopefully it all works out. I love being married, though. It's great. It's like dating with consequences. It's a lot of fun. And people ask me, like, why did you get married? Why'd you propose to your wife? And there are a lot of reasons, definitely, but really chief among them is that my wife is smarter than I am. And if you can date somebody smarter, I highly recommend doing that. It's a fantastic way to go. Just surround yourself with smart people in general, if you can. I know dumb people are fun. I'm not gonna deny that. And if you're dumb, thank you. It's really entertaining for everybody else. But if you swap out your dumb friends for smart friends, it's a lot less funny, but you're gonna cut way down on the number of text messages you get at 2 in the morning. I guarantee you that. Nobody asks for $200 that you can't ask about or anything. That's gone, so. And if you can date somebody smarter than you, I highly recommend doing that. As a matter of fact, if you're dating somebody here tonight, one of you is smarter than the other. That's just a fact. No two people get together that are the exact same level of intelligence. One person is going to be smart. As a matter of fact, clap if you think you're the smart person in your relationship. Boy, was that a mixed bag. I like there were a handful of people out there that are like, nope, the smart person doesn't clap right here. I know that. This is a trap. That was so interesting to watch. I saw some couples where both people were clapping. Oh, all right. No, we're not done talking about this, actually. We're going to talk about this on the way home, as a matter of fact. I also saw some couples where people were definitely together and neither person was clapping. Which is cute, because that can mean one of two things. There's option A, which could be like, hey, I'm not clapping because I think that you're smart. Oh, that's right, you're not clapping because you think that I'm smart. Well, that's just... So, do you want to get some gelato on the way home? Do you want to adopt a puppy? We're wonderful. That's possible. That could exist as option A, but you have to admit, could also be option B, which is like, hey, I'm not clapping because I think you're... Oh. And you're not clapping because you think... Oh. All right. Are we dumb? I didn't know that. That's not good. No, I don't remember where we parked the car. Actually, that's not... Date smarter, if you possibly can. And I say smart and not clever, because there's a big difference between smart people and clever people. There are a couple of people nodding out there who've dated clever people before. And right now, if you're sitting there and you're like, I'm not sure if the person I'm with is smart or clever, well, they're clever. That's how they work. But it's just a totally different thing between dating smart and clever people, and it really comes out when you get into any sort of argument. Like, if I get in an argument with my wife, who's smarter than me, it usually plays out just kind of like, hey, you know what, sweetie, I think I'm right. And then she'll say, no, actually, I think I'm right. And I'll be like, fine, you tell me why you think you're right. And then she'll list a bunch of facts. And I'll say,
and that's it. And it's over. It's really quick, but there's a lot of time left in the evening to get more things wrong, which is very helpful. But clever people, it's a totally different thing. It's a totally different way of arguing, because clever people don't use facts. They just bring up times that you've been wrong in the past to completely invalidate your argument. Somebody had experience with this before? It's like trying to date a negative political attack ad against you. You know what I'm saying? So when you come out and you're like, hey, sweetheart, I'm gonna go hang out with the guys tonight, watch the game. I'm pretty sure I told you about this last week. Then she comes back with, oh, really? Drew Barth says that he's pretty sure he mentioned last week he was going out with the guys tonight. But isn't this also the same Drew Barth that was pretty sure the movie started at 8:15 last night? And we know how that one turned out. And isn't this the same Drew Barth that was pretty sure he ordered more flea medicine for the cats online? Wrong again.
I'm basically
Are we really going to trust a man who doesn't even know what drawer the big...
I'm basically done now with the first round of edits. I'm just rounding the corner. So I'm just gonna pause this break and we'll go from there. But yeah. So I'm basically done. And then I have a little bit more to do, just like adding music and stuff like that. So, we're gonna be on a little longer, just so I can get everything situated. And then, after that, it should be completely finished. So let's take a 20-minute break then.
Spoons go in? Don't. This Thursday, vote no on Drew going out and having a good time with his friends. Because Drew Barth, wrong on big spoons, wrong on everything. This ad brought to you by the woman who knows where the big spoons go. I know a lot of people feel pressure to get married. We didn't really feel much pressure. The only pressure I actually felt was when I actually went to go shop for the engagement ring, because I'd never been engagement ring shopping before. The last time I even got a little bit close, I ended up getting in a fight with a girl I was dating. It was not even over buying the jewelry. It was just a jewelry commercial.
We saw on TV. We were in kind of that weird sort of where's this going kind of place, and then we were sitting on the couch watching TV, and one of those De Beers diamond commercials came on, and it used to end with "The diamond is forever." And the girl I was dating looked over at me, and she's like, "No, diamond is forever." I was like, "I know. So is styrofoam, actually." Why are you crying? Hold on a second. I'm just saying, it's a lot cheaper, and then you never lose a ring in the pool. Think about that. Just a boat keychain, just float. I feel so sorry for guys when I see some of these jewelry commercials, because I know that they're targeted just towards guys and not towards women. They're commercials that come on like during a football game, and a guy's like, "Oh, that must be what she wants. I'll get her one of those. That open heart whale tail necklace thing that Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman is selling. I don't know. I don't know if it's a keychain or what, but I'll bet she'd like it, huh? The Pandora bracelet with the little charms on it, where there's a woman at the party.
You can tell so much about my life by looking at my bracelet. Look at this, see? You can tell I've been to Paris. Here's the Eiffel Tower. And I like horses, because there's a horse here. And here's a bottle of wine, because I'm bad at forming interpersonal relationships.
Or that ad for the Levion chocolate diamonds. You can't tell me that some dude didn't get a bonus that year, because I guarantee you, they were sitting around a big boardroom meeting, and they were like, "All right, item number 1, what do we do with all the ugly brown diamonds?" And one dude in the back was like, "Ladies love chocolate." They're like, "Whoa, where did that come from?" Is that Phil? All right, Phil gets a Lexus this year. Good for you, Phil. Actually, even Lexus does a commercial that feels like one of those over-the-top jewelry ads. They do it every year around Christmas time for their big December to Remember, the big year-end event. They have a car in the driveway with a big bow on top of it and a commercial, husband and wife out there. Merry Christmas! Oh, it's a car! That's cool. I wish just once they would zoom in on the house to show the kids in the windows being like, well, guess I'm not getting that bike this year. All right. That's not good. Dad messed up. I told you, this isn't good for us. I don't know how he's getting out of this one. I love being married, though. I love living with a woman. It's great. I don't run out of stuff anymore. Especially in the bathroom. And guys who live by themselves know that's a problem sometimes. Sometimes you'll just get in the shower in the morning and be like, oh, there's no soap in here. I'm fresh out of ideas. All right. I'll just turn the water up hotter, I guess, and just scrub really hard with a loofah. You know? My wife will buy multiple bottles of shampoo at a time. It's a brilliant idea. It has never crossed my mind at all. I buy one bottle of shampoo, and then when it gets to the end, unscrew the top, hold it up to the shower. Oh, you people have all done this. You know what I'm talking about? Maybe a little shampoo cocktail for yourself there. All right, this is gonna be the same thing. Wow, that goes right in the eyes. Look at that. Maybe if you, like me, you dive into the sink, you bust out the hotel miniatures you've been stealing for the past 15 years. All right, Candlewood Sweets, what do we got today? All right, blueberry, all right. I wouldn't normally use blueberry shampoo, but I don't really have much of an option. And this is moisturizer. Yuck. I'm just gonna be shiny all day. All right. My wife and I moved into an apartment that has 2 bathrooms, which I think already just adds another 5 years to our marriage. The fact that we don't have to compete for a shower in the morning, and we never take a shower together. I think some people think that's strange, but honestly, it's just not practical for us. Because when you first get together with somebody, the idea of taking a shower together sounds awesome. If a woman's like, hey, I'm thinking about taking a shower. Hopefully not in that voice. I should point that out. That's probably not. Hey, you want to take a shower? Yes. It's very appealing when you first get together, though. But any guy here that lives with a woman knows that if you try and take a shower together, odds are it's just going to turn into you standing in the back for about 6 minutes. Just like, it's freezing back here. It's really cold. I can see it's hot up there. I can see the steam. That's where I stand when I take a shower, quite frankly. But fine mist, and that's all I get to work with. I get a little produce shower. This is gonna take forever for me to get clean. Is it my turn? All right, fantastic, cool. All right, yeah. Here we go. We're on different rinsing cycles. I don't want to mess that up. Cool. I don't recognize any of these. Oh, you got to condition 3 times. All right, let me get right back there. That was warm. Okay. This is boring, actually. I know you're naked. That's cool, but if I knew it's gonna go this long, I would have put my Kindle in a Ziploc or something. Are you getting out? You getting out? Cool. Yeah. Take both towels. I don't need both towels. You know, we are out of hot water though, sweetheart. So it's all right. I'll just smell today. That's fine. I like our apartment. I like our bathrooms. I have one gripe with our bathroom though, and it's the way that it's set up. It's configured in such a way where when you're standing in the shower and you pull back on the shower curtain, that main mirror is right there. And I'm not usually ready for that. Like, because normally if you're gonna be naked in front of a mirror, you kind of psych yourself up a little bit, right? You're just like, all right, here comes the mirror. You just flex the whole time you're in front. Hey, you look pretty good today. All right, just brush your teeth. There we go. And put my contact lens. All right. All right, you deserve a pizza. Good for you. All right. Somehow I forget every morning. I get done with my shower, I turn off the water, put my shampoo back, pull back the shower curtain. I'd rather see a puma in my bathroom than my naked, disappointed, foggy self looking back at me. Also, whoever it was that designed the mirror to go down to here, we need to talk, because I've also discovered that kind of my personal self-confidence in my body is directly correlated to wherever I wrap the towel around myself. Like some dudes wrap it around here. Stop it. I like to go like right. If I could wrap it around my neck, that'd be like a cape poncho kind of thing. That's the look I'd like. My wife and I, we did try and get into good shape for our wedding. I've never really had kind of a physical fitness goal to get towards. My wife does like to watch a lot of soccer, and and if you've ever watched soccer with a girl, it is because those players are ridiculously good looking and in tremendous shape. And it's actually kind of like a level of physical fitness that I feel like anybody can attain, which I think is why it's kind of even harder to watch. I don't want to just see a whole bunch of me if I actually applied myself. Like this. I think that's part of the reason why soccer's had trouble catching on in the US the way it has with the rest of the world, is that we like our athletes to just be genetic freaks. So that when we watch it, we're like, well, I'll never be that big or that muscular, so I don't even have to try. Awesome. Where's that cheese blizzard I was working on? And you can actually even watch other sporting events with a girl and feel okay about yourself. You can watch the NFL and be like, sweetheart, would you like it if I was, 6'6", 250 pounds? Would you even want that?
No, that's too big. That's too many muscles. We couldn't fit on the couch when we watched Grey's Anatomy. You'd scare the cat.
You watch the NBA with a girl. Sweetheart, would you like it if I was, 6'8", like that guy? Would you want that?
No, that's too tall. It's too tall. Because we like to spoon, and that'd just be like, I'd be like a spoon and a ladle.
But if you try watching soccer with a girl, you're like, sweetheart, would you like it if I was, 6% body fat, had a faux hawk, spoke Italian? Sweetie.
Yeah, I really would. I'm just saying, you can do it. You guys are the same height. He's like 6 years older than you. He looks great. No, finish your burrito. I'm glad you like burritos. I'm just saying, he probably doesn't get winded when we make out. So.
That's a fair point. That's a good point. I do belong to a gym somewhere. I'm pretty sure, not quite sure where it is. $16 keeps coming out of my checking account every month. I haven't really tracked it down yet, but I did used to belong to one gym where kind of one of the cool perks was that every month you got one free personal training session with one of their big trainers, which is cool because I don't know anything about working out. But it always would frustrate me because I would always get one of these huge hulking dudes who would never really convey how difficult it was, the exercise that they were gonna have you do. They would just kind of assume you were in fantastic shape. This dude would be like, all right, man, here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna come over, you're gonna sit down on this thing, you're gonna grab these 2 bars and just start pulling them into your chest. Just boom, 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 boom. See, it's like a metronome. I'm not even thinking about the boom. I'm just not even thinking about the breathing. I'm just thinking about the plates going up and boom, boom, boom. All right, man, you get down there, you throw down about 25 of those. I'm like, sweet, okay. So I get down, I grab, all right, that's, whew. Did you take the safety off on that? Because that's, it's not moving. I'll try to, okay, so I get down, okay. See, there was like a boom, but it was like here, and I don't want to press my luck on that. Maybe we'll just skip that for now. Where are the showers? Just out of curiosity, if you were to point in a direction, where? My whole level of personal fitness was, my goal was actually set for me kind of by my wife. She bought me underwear for Valentine's Day one year. Didn't know you could do that. And she got me boxer briefs, which personally I can't buy for myself. I usually feel worse about myself when I see the dude on the packaging. Do you guys know that guy? The guy with he's got like the He-Man abs and like a papaya shoved down the front? So he's got that cocky look on his face like, oh, are we filming? I'm not even flexing, I just wake up like this. I open him up and she's like, go ahead, try him on. I was like, okay. I tried him on, I was looking at the box and not even close. I think these are broken, sweetie. They are comfortable though. I've totally converted. I love boxer briefs now. And guys, if you're thinking about making the switch, a couple of words of warning. First of all, never wash them in hot water. Or dry them on the high setting on your dryer. I have a couple of pairs of those where my butt hangs out the bottom a little bit. I look like a Hooters waitress when I walk around the house. It's not even a special occasion kind of thing. It's not. Here's another thing to look for, and I don't think this occurred to my wife at all, but make sure they have a fly on them. seriously, they sell underwear for men that doesn't have the little door in the front. I don't know who they're for. Mannequins? Lego people? I'm not quite sure, but I didn't realize that that was the pair that I had on until I was in a public restroom and I had rolled up to a urinal and Now, let's not panic. This could be some sort of release latch or some sort of button fly. Kind of what? What am I wearing? Oh, hold on a second. Nope, not on backwards. That was my last guess. Finally, after a couple minutes, I was like, you know what? Screw it. Let's pretend I'm 6. I pulled my pants all the way down. There we go. That's nice. That's breezy. Why'd I stop doing this? This is very comfortable. Hey, what's up, dude? I'm sorry. There's no door. I had to pull them all the way down. It feels nice. No, I don't want any money. Thank you. Just not allowed to go back to that Target in particular, which makes a lot of sense. So. My wife and I are trying to be pretty healthy. Last year we decided to go gluten-free because we like food, but we wanted to pay more for it. It was goal number 1. We wanted to get less of it, and we wanted it not to taste as good. So far, we're batting 1,000 on that one. And you don't realize what an important role gluten plays in some foods, like cornbread, for example, is not the most structurally sound food to begin with. And then we got some gluten-free cornbread, which was like trying to eat a sandcastle. Like you take one bite into it, and just all goes down there. That's how it looked when it came out of the box. Look at that. You do find a lot more gluten-free food at other places, though, and particularly in Seattle, where I'm from, it starts to spread out a little bit. You don't have to go to Whole Foods, which is good, because I can't afford Whole Foods. Not yet. I keep checking every once in a while. Like I keep checking it out every once in a while. I'll step in. I'm like, nope, not yet. Okay, it's too nice, too fancy. In particular, the produce section, I feel like I always walk into first, and it looks like nobody's ever bought anything in the produce section at Whole Foods. It's these perfect pyramids of fruit and vegetables, and like if somebody does buy one, a guy has to run out from the back and put another one out there. Like ball boys at a tennis match, they're just sitting there just waiting. Somebody bought an apple! Oh. That's not an omen or anything, right? That's not... Cool. You guys can edit that out, right? Oh, goodness. The most embarrassing thing for me whenever I go to a Whole Foods is discovering a new fruit or vegetable I've never heard of before. That's embarrassing for me when I'm just looking around like, what? I don't... Then I have to ask one of the stock boys, excuse me, I'm sorry, I've never heard of this before. What is that? The guy's like, are you telling me you've never had a Puma Renew? It's like if you combine together quinoa and a date, and it'll annihilate your colon. Clear out your weekend, actually, because they're on sale today, $27 a pound. That's a pretty good price for the Puma Renew. Like I mentioned, I do live in Seattle, which is a good place to be kind of gluten-free.
Okay, I think we're gonna stop here. But I got a lot of work done and it's basically done. I just have to do the second round of edits, but I'm not gonna do that on stream today or, whatever. So, basically it is done. Thank you for hanging out for as long as you have. We're gonna find somebody to raid. I will be putting out a schedule. My schedules will be consisting mainly of Saturdays and Sundays. This upcoming weekend is a longer weekend, so it might consist of a Monday just because I'll be off for Memorial Day. But yeah, and then I can sleep in. So yeah. We are gonna find somebody to raid. Here is the raid message. I'd appreciate it if you copied it if you can. If not, no pressure. do that. We have a Discord if you like to join, no pressure. And we have a throne, no pressure. Let's see who we're gonna raid today. We're gonna rate Blue, and she's really cool. Let me give her a shout out. So this is Lou. We've rated her before. She's really good at all. And it's pretty chill. Should be it. That's where we're going. And we are going to raid over